Well, good morning to you all. Welcome to Sunrise Daily today. I'm Chamberlain. So,
well, it's another Tuesday in the month of August. Good morning and welcome. I'm Macroeconomic Yusuf.
A blessed Tuesday indeed it is. Good morning and welcome. I am Bukola Koka.
It's August 15. Good morning and welcome. I'm Ayo Makinde. Well, we can talk about August 15 today, but August 10, I think that was Friday last week, something happened that seemed to have segued into a whole new conversation altogether. You may have seen that trending video all over the place of soldiers, officers of the Nigerian army beating up a LASMA official in Lagos. That video has since gone all over the place, and everyone is wondering what exactly is happening. It's not the first time we're seeing this, but it is happening again. As Malpa would often say, it's not the fact that two individuals are fighting that is the issue. It's the image that these officers, carry with them when these things are fighting. Of course, the story goes that it started last week Friday when officials of the Lagos State Traffic Management Agency, stopped a vehicle carrying a soldier for one traffic offense or the other, and the next thing you know, of course, the LASMA officials wouldn't let the fellow go, so goes the report. But then it was yesterday that we hear that a number of, officers of the army, just as you're seeing on your screen now, numbering 8, according to the report, beat up this LASMA official so bad they had to rush him to a hospital. Now, what is interesting was that this video seemed that it was being recorded by the assailants, the people who assaulted this particular, LASMA official, and then they all made away, and they ran away. Of course, you can see it's something that's got on public video. Now, needless to say, officials of the Lagos State Traffic Management Agency have themselves, condemned it and upscaled the conversation to military authorities, who themselves have also come out to say this is a condemnable act, and they have seen the video themselves, and they have said that it is something that is condemnable. It's not something that goes with them. It is disturbing that the soldiers, LASMA officials, is now one too many, they say. The authorities of the Nigerian army are generally concerned and are embarking on a vigorous sensitization campaign to educate their own personnel on the need to ensure compliance with traffic rules and promote synergy and interagency cooperation in Lagos and around the country. For now, this is what they have said, and they are taking steps to rein in their men. For how long is this going to continue? And how do people react or even respect officials of, various levels of government when they cannot agree on certain things? I think that's another thing altogether.
Absolutely, Ayo. The events of Sunday, the 14th now, or the 13th, seem to have continued on August the 14th, when, according to reports by some pressmen from the mainstream media, soldiers went to the Ojota area of Lagos and continued the attack on LASMA officials, during which no fewer than, I think, 15 of them were injured. And, concerns are arising about, the ability of these officials, particularly LASMA officials, to defend themselves, and some others have also talked about, the ability of these officials to relate cordially with themselves, such that, events like this do not degenerate into, such attacks between, of uniformed men. And that's exactly the point. Malpa's point is exactly the point, because videos like this will become viral and they'll go on social media, and that's what we're projecting to the outside world about the conduct of our uniformed men. It was said to have been a reprisal attack, and it's not even clear whether in the first place, the LASMA official on Friday before that Sunday, refused to the extent that, they attacked the uniformed man, that's the soldier inside the bus, that refused to be let off for traffic offense. It leaves little to be desired about the relations between uniformed men and, civilians in the outside world. I've I can't resist the urge to say that I've grown up to learn of the image of the outlook to uniformed men, to be afraid of them. And when you meet them in formal settings, they really are very, very nice people to relate with. But it's just that when occasions like this arise, when civilians turn out in camos, the uniformed men get offended, and then they become, sort of dictatorial. I believe that such should be corrected, such image should be corrected, such outlook to be corrected, and then there should be a standard operating procedure, of how they conduct themselves in public, particularly how they relate with civilians. Videos abound about how uniformed men, punish civilians, for misconduct, asking them to carry out all sorts of punishment in public. And these videos are recorded and put out. Well, as far as the events of the weekend are concerned, we understand that the commander of 81 Division has been contacted, and he says that it's being investigated. Because as it is now, reports are to the effect that LASPA officials are now afraid of going about their normal duties. Some of them are even seen removing their uniforms just so that they can protect themselves. That's how bad it has gotten. We hope that, this will be checked and, the situation resolved amicably and as soon as possible. Malpe.
Bukola, I am lost for words this morning. Watching this particular video, I am ashamed and I'm embarrassed on behalf of the Nigerian military. But we know that, as you guys have pointed out, it's not a one-off. It's not the first time it's happened. And regrettably, sadly, it might not be the last time. Unless, of course, there are actions that show that indeed we are serious about putting an end to this sort of behavior. This is not a misdemeanor. This is an. I don't even understand the rationale. You're doing something wrong. Then you who's doing something wrong, you're the one filming it. It speaks to a certain kind of audacity. And I don't think that is the kind of audacity which the Nigerian army is proud of. Look at its own officers. They didn't change their uniform. They didn't wear mufti and go and attack this particular person, in which case we would have said, well, at least they had some respect for their uniforms. They wore the uniform and went and attacked somebody else wearing another uniform of the state. So state officials, people whom we're supposed to respect, we're even supposed to hold in some esteem. Because every time we pray for our military men, we pray for our soldiers, we understand the enormity of the sacrifices which they make for us. And there have been big questions as to even how we treat them in public spaces. However, even if you felt hard done by LASTMA security, LASTMA agents, this is certainly not the way to go about it. This is barbaric. This is beneath the Nigerian army. I indeed am very embarrassed. And I feel really pained. I'm really, really pained. It stems from a lot of things. One can say it stems from a lot of things. You don't have to come to Abuja for you to understand it. But when you come to Abuja, you have a stronger understanding of what it is that we're talking about when we say that there are a set of laws for ordinary Nigerians and another set of laws for people who are in power, who think that they have some form of power. In Lagos, to some extent, I think that people had been empowered somewhat. At least I remember that during the time when, sirens were very rampant and every Tom, Dick and Harry was using a siren. But after a while, we saw a governor who came and said, you know what, I will not even use a siren. Let me see that commissioner or that person who wants to be blasting a siren up and down if you're not an emergency worker. And it was seen that some measure of sanity was restored. And to be honest, when I came to Abuja, I experienced some sort of culture shock because it was seen that everybody was in power. Everybody, so you find that the traffic officials lived in fear, or still do, because you find traffic officials stopping people, and it's like, who the hell are you to stop me? People don't usually obey traffic wardens. That sort of attitude needs to stop. Just driving around sometimes, I think that, there needs to be a conversation even amongst the elite, those who are entitled to use sirens. We have a lot of governors coming to the Federal Capital Territory quite a bit. We have, all manner of very powerful officials who are entitled to use the sirens. But I think that there needs to be a conversation about their conduct on the roads. And if that sort of conversation is not held at that particular level, this is the kind of behavior which we will encourage at the bottom. That's the reason why a soldier will wonder, who is the last mile official to stop me? And when he's stopped will feel, or when he is, caught doing something wrong or something that he or she should not be doing, will say, who the hell are you to stop me? And then bring his own compatriots to come and beat up a last mile official. That's the sort of attitude which we will encourage. So I want to believe that there needs to be a conversation at the very top. Governors cannot be above the law. You cannot be above obeying traffic laws, for God's sake. All the other people, DGs of agencies, even the chief of army staff, the chief of air staff, I think that there needs to be a conversation. If the chiefs are obeying traffic laws, who the hell are soldiers not to obey traffic laws? This is really disheartening. It's very painful to watch. And I really do, I believe that beyond just telling us, as the commander of 81D, beyond just telling us that, an investigation is happening to this, there needs to be a press conference addressed that this is not the sort of behavior that is encouraged and I know that this is not the sort of behavior that's encouraged, unless, of course, there is some tacit endorsement of what has happened. If there isn't, then we need to hear that loud and clear from the hierarchy of the Nigerian army. Chamberlain.
Well, I'm not surprised. These days I'm learning to manage my expectations so that I can live happily ever after. But the thing, when NSAS happened, at the heart of that was the conduct of security agencies, in that case the police, because of the way they conducted themselves and treated ordinary citizens, because people knew it was a matter of time that they would turn on themselves. And there are many issues to this. So many that you could go on and on trying to highlight it from different perspectives and why these things are happening, what needs to be done to be corrected. The thing is, almost everybody knows what has to be done to correct it. But will it be done? I don't know. Your guess it may be as good as mine, if not better, as they say. So, look, the conduct right from the average security agency on the roads, who we meet on a regular basis, leaves a lot to be desired in the first instance. And so, and they treat citizens as though, you don't matter, I can't do anything with you, I'm an effigy of the law, I'm a symbol of the law, so I can do all of that. They run roughshod over citizens on the one hand, to the extent that some of them don't even know where to draw the lines. And that's why when you meet the senior officers, you tend to see that they conduct themselves a lot better, way better. And so that's the thing. Then the recruitment process. Who are the people that we get into this agency? So if you get persons and then they're not trained, you get out there, this kind of things will go on. And so look, it's way deeper. And yes, this will not be the last. Of course, you would expect the hierarchy, the officers to tell you, no, this is something coming. You will look into it. It will still happen. Tomorrow, even as we speak, somewhere, somehow, brutalizing the citizen or something. So this kind of things will go on. And okay, it's really deep. So, and you just wonder how and what we should be doing to address some of these things. Well, the thing about all of this too, yes, you see this kind of things, it's because those things will perpetually be online, will perpetually be there about how those officials conducted themselves. But we just have to face our own stark reality. If only they'll stop putting their cronies in all of these places without going through proper processes and then etch out persons who are really willing to do this job and fly the flag with pride, you'll get this kind of scenario. If discipline goes out of the window, when someone does things and you hear them say, oh, this is unbecoming, you never get to see who's disciplined, who's been sanctioned as a deterrent. And then do you want to go to courts and then try some of this and to see what happens if, I'll see, look, unfortunately, yes, we'll call out these things when we see them and expect that things change. So we'll keep doing that. All right, so let's go on to the dailies this morning. We'll start with Vanguard today, and almost everywhere you turn, there's one tug, almost a tug of war in every corner. Oh boy. It's economic shutdown if petrol price rises again. This is ascribed to Labour. Oh boy. So, it's, well, while we go through all of these things, remember, we need to advise persons, including ourselves, to do something about your mental health. You know, how you look at some of all of these details that come through, because it's a thin line between, you know, ensuring that things are done properly and you losing it. Yeah, it is that way. Look at the riders now. Accuses IGP, Justice Ministry, of hijacking duties of Labour Ministry. Demands apology from IGP for arresting NURTW boss. These are the same NURTW people who law unto themselves on the roads and on the streets. So now, see how when we say some of these things, when they think, oh no, we will do things and get away because we have political godfathers who will not allow the law arrest us or discipline us, what goes around comes around. And then says Labour Ministry may go extinct if Tinubu is concerned about economic hardships. Describes the presidency. Marketers urge FG to tackle Forex challenge. Say pump price may rise next week. I know what we always hear is may rise, will rise, has risen. You ever see them say, oh, it's going to come down, may come down soon? No. That will be the day.
Well, it'll be good and bad for us, you know, because if it comes down, it'll be coming down on a number of variables, in the sense that right now, they say it's rising on the back of high crude prices and also Forex. Which one has the greatest impact now is unclear. Some people say maybe it's Forex. Now, if it comes down, it will mean that it's that we are now getting our Forex base is shoring up more strongly and our Naira has improved, or the price of crude has fallen on the international market, which will be both good and bad.
Well, when you say if the Forex comes down, look, somebody help me out. Maybe I don't remember. Maybe ever since I was born,
it's been going up and up.
Dollar has always gone up. So please, somebody help me.
You never can tell.
Help me.
This just might be the time.
I need help right now.
Maybe,
Help me. When has it come down as drastically as it has so far? Please help me.
This is the first time ever, I think, in our own recent history, Trembling, that we've ever floated the Naira.
How much is it?
So let us hope. Let us wait and see. Let us wait and see. I mean, I want to be cynical and I want to be pessimistic, but
you know, I like to ask those who
let us see.
During the campaign, several persons, they will almost kill you if you try to tell them anything else about whoever they were supporting, from local government to presidency. They will not have it. I wonder what they're thinking now, though. And then you heard some of them will tell you they want to leave the country. If I could catch somebody, you must stay here. You must stay here.
We're in this together.
Oh dear, well, that's my guy this morning, guys.
Oh well, we're looking at leadership for you, and of course that's also the lead story. Expectedly, I mean, the economy is on the minds of everybody. After security, after we ensured some safety, the next thing we think about is what we're going to eat, how we're going to move about, you know, school fees, rent, etc. That's our new concern. I mean, and it's
no political party, by the way.
Oh, they don't. So it is reflected on the front page of the dailies this morning. Leadership is no exception to that. Subsidy removal. Labor marketers fret over rumored 720 naira fuel pump price. Don't forget, this 720 naira is the base price. So this is the base price in Lagos. If it's 720 naira in Lagos, then you can imagine what it will be like in the rest of the country. So we'll shut down Nigeria. Unions warn. Fix refineries. Scrap VAT on diesel. Marketers tell federal government. Filling stations shut down in Lagos amid price hike speculation.
That's always nice thoughts.
Yeah, that's always the indication.
I think people just be wise. When they hear the speculation, know it's going to go up. Look, it's over the last 3 times. Just go and check it. You don't need any soothsayer to tell you that. So it's just basic.
Well, look who's also moving to calm down on speculators. CBN moves to clamp down on forex speculators. So they believe that that's where the problem might also be. Page 7 is where you find details right there. Yeah, just in case you're wondering, because we did hear the acting CBN governor saying, where are the remittances? Remittances don't seem to be coming in through the legal channels or the official channels. Page 7, unless, of course, everybody who's sending money back home is now sending cash through somebody.
So, we have several people who have PhDs, MScs, top economists, global ones, and in top government positions.
Chamberlain, if you're not practicing whatever you're practicing with the right intention, if you're not doing it with the right intention, every single economic theory is based on, circumstances, a set of given circumstances. If those given circumstances are not there, your theory is going to fall flat on its face.
But wait a minute.
Sadly.
Okay, let me know.
Sadly. You also see a number of other stories right there. NAF helicopter and evacuation mission crashes in Shiroro. We should be getting updates on that this morning as well. I mean, we understand that there were rescue efforts for that particular helicopter crash. Were they able, how many people survived? Those kinds of updates should be coming in this morning. Page 6 is where you'll find the story on that. But sometimes it's difficult to know whether it's Niger or Niger. But this one, because when the crash happened yesterday, a lot of blogs went to town with Niger, Niger. And the moment you see that, you're wondering, what is NAF? I thought we've not yet decided whether we're going to war or not. What was NAF aircraft doing in Niger? And then you find out, oh, no, it's Niger. It's our own Niger, Shiroro in Niger State. But look at this one. Niger, get ready for war. Army chief tells troops. It's a page 7. Which army chief is speaking? Don't run away with the headlines. Because don't forget, this is not Nigeria's war. It will be ECOWAS battle. Don't ask me what the difference between ECOWAS and Nigeria is. I mean, who's Nigeria? Who's ECOWAS? But just find out the army chief. The story is on page 7. Is it our own army chief? Is it the army chief of Ghana? Is it army chief of where? Page 7 is where you find details. Asari Dokubo, Tinubu bars Niger Delta ex-agitators from Aso Rock. Okay, it's a page 7 read. As I said, don't run away with the headlines. Read the details of it.
The morning or the
night. You heard it. Asari Dokubo, Tinubu bars Niger Delta ex-agitators.
The midnight.
From Aso Rock. Yeah, maybe there's a time frame to that too. Maybe they can come back
channel.
Je ne sais pas. Just read page 7 of Leadership today. I'll leave it there for the paper.
Interesting. Let's now turn to this Nigeria, and it goes with the same tone and breath as Leadership newspaper, particularly for its big story this morning. Listen to this. We'll shut down economy without notice if PMS price rises again. NLC warns federal government. A few of the riders now raises alarm over alleged hijack of duties of Ministry of Employment and Labor by IGP. Ministry of Justice. Nigeria's fuel imports dipped to 106,000 barrels per day in July. That's ascribed to a report. The source of the report is not quoted here, but it's a page 20 read, just in case you're wondering about the details and you'd rather find out more. And over the weekend, we also heard that OPEC Plus has cut down the number of barrels per day. So that is, of course, also bound to have an impact, on supply that is allowed by producing countries. So there you have it. Dire realities for the Nigerian economy here. But the question is, where are the palliatives? And, some would ask, where was the provision, to cushion the effect of the inevitable increase in the pump price of fuel, given international realities, before the increase was effected? The questions that we'll continue to ask until there's light at the end of the tunnel. Of course, above, just beside the nameplate, there's this one as well. Naira slide. CBN moves to crack down on speculators. That's a page 2 read as well. And the stories closer to the bottom strip that you also cannot ignore. Niger coup. Consider women, children, seek dialogue with coupists. UN urges ECOWAS. And that's a page 7 read as well. But is ECOWAS listening? ECOWAS appears to be on standby to give the first order. Well, find out details. As Marquez said, don't run away with the headlines this morning. It's a page 7 read. And lastly, military loses helicopter pilot in Niger as bandits ambush kill 13 soldiers. Let's leave it there for this Nigeria.
Daily Independent goes a completely different path this morning, talking about working from home. And it is very interesting. Telcos revenue to swell as more workers work from home. I can't but wonder how many journalists can work from home.
Returning to pandemic.
Unless you cover
pandemic times.
Unless you cover only virtual events.
Right?
Employees now use transport costs to pay for telecom services, rely on telecom services for business transactions. That's the lead. Well, perhaps something for other organizations to consider as well, because this economy most certainly demands your creativity in getting things done. Right under the picture there, FG NGX open talks on listing more government companies and raising capital. Ministry of Finance Incorporated targets 100 trillion naira assets in 10 years. I'm not sure you heard that. Ministry of Finance Incorporated. Yeah, so anyway, the details are on the inside pages of the paper this morning. Well, this might catch the fancy of some. Appeal Court affirms Julius Abure as chairman. Labour Party says, and Akpakpa faction kicks carpet's claim. The details you find on the inside pages. A host of other stories have been discussed this morning, but then that's what you have right there. And that's the Daily Independent newspaper this morning. Oh, I need to mention this. Oil, gas suppliers, price of diesel, lament price of diesel at 950 naira per litre. That's also right on the front page. That's the Daily Independent this morning, and a look at some of the dailies today. We're back right after now to take on one of them. Do stay with us.
It is the first official outing of the newly deployed Director, Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Buba. He takes to the podium to give an update on the activities of the military in the last 2 weeks. The Director announces the victories of the troops and issues a stern warning to insurgents.
At present, the military is involved in 9 operations across the length and breadth of the country. These operations cut across the 6 geopolitical zones And these operations are aimed at tackling the security challenges confronting the country. For this reason, the military has activated war mode to crush and decisively deal with this threat.
The issue of the recent destruction of a vessel arrested with stolen crude is brought to the fore, but Major General Buba insists that the burning of the vessel is in line with the extant military laws.
Consigning arrested vehicles, equipments, or vessels that are associated with oil theft. And that procedure stipulates that such equipment, vehicle, or vessels be destroyed instanto.
On the sideline, the Director, Defense Information, clarifies the recent retirement of some senior military officers in line with the military hierarchy.
From the time you are admitted into Nigerian Defense Academy, you know who is your senior and you know who is your junior. Based on that, it is expected once an officer who is your junior is appointed as a service chief, you are expected to honorably turn in your application for voluntary retirement.
The Armed Forces of Nigeria are currently engaged in 9 different operations across the country, with operational theaters within the 6 geopolitical zones, designed to address the numerous security challenges.
All right, welcome back. We'll be talking about security this morning. We've seen incidences in Zamfara State. We've also seen unfortunate incidents about the crash in Niger State, the military involvement. So different things just coming through. And to take us through some of these things and probably shed some lights on the matter, we've got Group Captain Sadiq Shehu, who is a security sector reform and defense expert. And sitting beside him is Sani Abdullah Shinkafi, former chairman committee on prosecution of bandits-related offenses for Zamfara State. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for coming.
Good morning.
Today.
Thank you.
Good morning. Well, that statement that came through from Nigeria Air Force just actually left a lot of people shocked. It appeared as though it just came out from the blues, Group Captain. And reading through it, you get to see Air Commodore Edward Gapquet, who is the Director of Public Relations. They say that explaining that Nigerian Air Force M1171 helicopter on a casualty evacuation mission crashed on the 14th of August at about 1 p.m. near Chukuba village. He says that, well, they discovered, let me just read this part. The aircraft had departed Zungeru Primary School en route Kaduna, but was later discovered to have crashed near Chukuba village in Shiro local government area of Niger State. And of course, efforts are being made to ensure that they rescue the personnel. In your circle, I mean, for outsiders who may think something, this is kind of strange, and they're probably framing. So they discovered that they had crashed, but at the moment, I mean, I'm sure you must have contacted your sources out there to understand what exactly went wrong with this one.
Well, first, as a former Air Force officer myself, and somebody who has done some level of flying training, first, I have to sympathize with the Nigerian Air Force and the families of the people that we don't know. There's no certainty whether people died or not. But in any case, I sympathize with the Nigerian Air Force. And this incident, you know, once more reminds us of the risks and the dangers that our troops, whether in the air or on the ground, are always taking to keep Nigeria safe. Having said that, whenever there is operational tempo, and certainly what I mean by operational tempo, that is the level or number of sorties or the number of operations that have been done, they have risen since this new service chips came. Concurrently with that, we are now in the middle of a rainy season, where visibility is low, cloud is very low, I was in Lagos day before yesterday. Anybody who was in Lagos airport for a flight to Abuja, back to Abuja here, I stayed for over 6 hours because all the flights were being cancelled. There are some aircraft that came to Abuja. In fact, there was an Arik, I think, that came to Abuja and had to go back, couldn't land. So the point I am making, when operations are getting more, when the weather is low, also concurrently the chances of having accidents increases.
With some aircraft?
With some aircraft. Now, while a commercial pilot can decide the weather is bad, I cannot go. Unfortunately, that is not the comfort that a military aircraft, they received, a distress call, they have to respond. That's why pilots are trained to operate even when it is 0-0 visibility. What do you mean 0-0? It means you put your hand there in front, you cannot see it because of the, but you have to respond. So it is not really out of the blues if given the weather conditions, and the situation of responding.
If we use Tucano, if we use the Tucano aircraft,
there's no aircraft that is not affected by weather.
No, I mean in terms of the visibility and the efficiency.
Exactly.
Some are way more advanced than the others. I mean, you know better.
Exactly. But then there is no aircraft. In fact, weather is one of the elements that an aircraft cannot do without. Of course, having a level of equipment on aircraft can reduce the load on the pilot while he'll be able to navigate. But again, you bring it to Kano. What I want people to understand again, every kind of operation has the kind of aircraft that you need. The kind of operation they had in Niger State is not the kind of operation that they will like to. Remember, they said casualty evacuation. The M117, you can Google it. It's a troop carrying and casualty evacuation, aircraft. They went to carry these people. Now, with the weather going, I am speculating because investigation is going on, but I'll give you a practical example, even in commercial flight, these last 2 days, whenever there is weather, whenever there is, a heightened operation, the chances of an air crash happening are increased. But that is not to say we should accept crashes as automatically that they must happen. But I am telling you, over the world, in fact, most air crashes, you will hear either weather, pilot error, or machine error. So to me, this weather is really very challenging for any pilot, whatever kind of aircraft that he is going. So it is not out of this, but at the same time, I have read many, since this incident happened, in fact, the first thing is that bandits have shot an aircraft. Again, that is another problem. To the best of my knowledge, and like I always say, me, even though I'm a retired military officer, when I do my security analysis, I don't wholly 100% rely on what I hear from the military for obvious reasons. I will listen to them, and then I will do my own, extrapolation to find where it is. I do not think bandits have the capacity to shoot down aircraft. So that one is even
what about
a no-brainer.
Did you also, maybe you might have come across that as well, the narratives of persons who gave accounts of what happened to the 21 military officers who were attacked by bandits. They said that there was face-to-face combat. Firepower was much more than those on the casualty side. They had casualty on both sides anyways. But you heard of that account about involving our military as well, did you?
Yes, there are several accounts that are flying about this, and I'm studying. This happened yesterday. I'm still studying them. I heard of an ambush. I have heard of first confrontation. But whatever happens, yes, there were casualties on both sides. Soldiers were lost, and an aircraft that went to provide casualty evacuation. Somehow the aircraft crashed. But I'm ruling outright. I do not think bandits have the firepower to shoot down an aircraft. But in this kind of treacherous weather, like I said, I've given an example. Anybody who has been flying these days has, experienced some distance. But then the pilot of a military aircraft cannot say, I'm waiting for weather to clear.
No, I'm not talking about the aircraft now.
Yes.
I'm talking about the face-to-face combat.
Yes,
those
there is
officers who were involved in bandits.
Unfortunately,
so when those kind of things happen, how do the military usually approach it? If you have this scenario when they tell you, well, weapons were superior to certain other ones, how did you approach this kind of stuff?
Well, unless somebody is on the ground, we do not know. So it is not only weapons that determine the outcome of a war. Numbers could determine the outcome of a war. The circumstances, I read somewhere ambush, I am not sure. When you say ambush, it means you walk unsuspectingly into a well-prepared person who was waiting for you. The person that is bringing the ambush will always have advantage because he is waiting for you and you come in. So all these issues, who is dug in, who is working on exposed terrain, all these things could determine who has the upper hand in terms of number of people lost, either on the bandit side or on the distance. When an ambush is sprung on you, I mean, it takes some seconds before you can really actualize yourself and take a response. Within those steps, of course, you could lose some people. There's nothing, there's nothing surprising about that. However, you see, again, we should not look at such operations as a game of chess. That is, we take 2 pawns, I take 2 pawns. We always want our troops to have the upper hand. So even if it is 1 soldier that we lost, it is very important. But then again, everything is in context. As a matter of the work I do, personally as a private security consultant, I keep daily, filings of reports of incidents, who was lost. But what I want people to understand, whenever we're given figures like between February and January, so people died. For the security man, he is counting all numbers, both the bad guys and the good guys. Hardly do you have time to separate how many troops were killed, how many soldiers were killed. That is one thing. And for the military man, unfortunately, there's this saying that when a dog bites a man, it's no news. The truth is that when a soldier, even 1 soldier is killed, it makes more news than when you kill 5 bandits. That is the actual truth, because we expect always soldiers to kill bandits rather on the other way around. But the reality on the ground is that you could have a bad day, you could have a good day, you could have reversals. So all these things happen. But what I'm saying is that, in any case, what shows that, because again, I must emphasize that the bandits have been employing ambushes.
Guerrilla tactics.
Ambushes. What does it mean? It means our troops must understand and take, force protection measures. There are anti-ambush drills. You have to really recce the area. There are too many stories of ambush. Not only military, even police. I think a couple of years ago, police around Katsina were ambushed. Ambushes, you have to really prepare for ambushes, because these people are very treacherous. And to be honest with you, ambush is a very difficult situation to extricate yourself from. Because a person who knows how to ambush, even the area where he's going to spring an ambush is going to be a dead end. Either a ravine as you are coming down the slope. You can imagine if you are coming down the slope and then you are sprung an ambush, how do you climb back? They pick an area where you are put in the killing ground. So ambushes are very treacherous. And I think our troops should try to, put some anti-ambush drills, so that before you, because if they say, sometimes it can be, even with fake information, there are bandits here. Yes, there are bandits there, but they are prepared. If you come just walking nonchalantly, you might walk into a killing ground. And then when they open fire for you, because as you are marching, you do not know that you have reached the point of the operation. So maybe with your rifle slung, not ready, and then suddenly, firing from both sides. It's very deadly.
Well, I know that, Mr. Shinkafi here would also want to comment, because you have lived in, I don't want to say bandit territory, but Zamfara State now has developed a reputation, for being bandit terrain. You are former chairman committee on prosecution of bandit-related offenses. As somebody who is, looking at, even as of yesterday, we understand that bandits still attacked a particular community, and they kidnapped even the emir son of that particular committee, and I think 7 other people as well. Yes, and there have been people who are complaining that, bandits have now taken over command of over about 400 villages in Zamfara alone. We're not even sure of how many other communities bandits are holding sway. Is there going to be an end to this from your own analysis?
Yeah, you see, banditry is an assortment of non-ideological but turned to economically criminal enterprise. So where people are being kidnapped for ransom and armed robbery, killings of innocent life, illegal levies, and a lot of criminal activities in the area. So it has turned to a criminal enterprise, and it is very, very difficult to put an end to this banditry in the shortest period of time. But there are a lot of root factors that causes the armed banditry in Zamfara State. There is a weak security apparatus, proliferation of small arms and light weapons, and poverty, unemployment, bad governance. So with this thing, if you look at all these things, it's a compounded problem which has to be cannot be solved within shortest period of time. The root cause of banditry started far back about more than 10 years now, about a decade now. So the former governor came out with a lot of methodology how to end the banditry.
Which of the former governor?
Governor Bello Matawale.
Okay.
He initiated peace dialogue, and the peace dialogue failed, and he applied carrot and stick approach. Those bandits who have decided to surrender and embrace peace, the government accept them. Well, those who refuse to accept dialogue, there was a total military action against them. So the problem we're having now, more than 400 villages are under siege of armed banditry. Armed bandits.
Where?
All in Zamfara state. And the problem we have, we have a weak border control. Like where I come from in Shinkapi local government, we share border with the Niger Republic. And we share border with Sokoto state, we share border with Katsina state in Shinkafi local government. So it is very easy for the criminals and the armed bandits to fly and commit a crime in Zamfara and fly to Katsina, fly to Sokoto, fly to Niger. Most of the forests in Niger, in Kaduna, in Katsina, in Zamfara, in Kebbi are connected with Zamfara state forests. So the armed bandits operating in this state turn Zamfara as their epicenter. When they go and commit crime in either Kaduna or Katsina, they will come back to Zamfara to seek refuge there. So it is a criminal enterprise business. Many people. When I served in a committee headed by MD Abakar, former Inspector General of Police, a lot of people were indicted in that committee. You see traditional rulers, security agencies are involved, drugs dealers, barons, doctors, quack doctors. So that's why we call it an organized criminal enterprise. So it has a lot of value chain in that crime. So if you look at it, the bandits has no any ideology to promote. But they have turned it to economic drive gang of criminals.
Why was the government not able to achieve at least a very great result as you would have liked at the time? What was the impediment?
You see, the impediment, the constitutional responsibility of security architect of the country lies with the federal government. So, but on the issue of the state governors also, there is issue of bad governance, conspiracy of silence, leading by deception. There are some certain things the governors need to put in place. So the issue of poverty is one of the root cause of banditry, weak governance. And the governors of Katsina, Kaduna, Zamfara, Kebbi, Sokoto need to come together to fight the crime as a team. But there is no political way, no government commitment to fight the bandit and criminal element in both the states.
I don't understand it. Why will those states you mentioned, be facing this kind of banditry challenge, and then they will not want to come together to address it? It's hard to understand.
Yes, that is because there's no synergy among the governors. No synergy. There's no synergy because since the inauguration of this new administration, I have never had one day where the governors met to address this issue.
I do know that in the past, I mean, under the past administration, I think in the early days, and I think I'll be very specific, in the early days, we used to hear former Governor Nasir El-Rufai talk about how the seven governors of the Northwest came together
including Niger State.
Yes, to look at banditry in, I think, and attack bandits in a particular forest. I can't remember the name of the forest now. And that they were able to...
Forest.
Exactly.
Yes.
They were able to...
Forest and then Sado Forest.
They were able to flush out substantially, a significant number of these bandits with the help of the Nigerian military. They funded those operations and they recorded some success. One would now ask, was it that there was now lack of incentive for them to continue? What exactly would have, seen a situation whereby, that particular momentum wasn't sustained when they ran away, and why were they allowed to regroup again? But let me come to you, Colonel. I want to ask you about this particular operations now, because the statement that was released by the Nigerian Air Force was very short with regards to the air crash. I imagine that today we should get a little more clarity on the operations, because if you say that they were going to go and rescue casualties, it means that we're not very certain if that assignment was completed. If they received a distress call, we need to know what became of those who, made that distress call. Were they able to still take another aircraft there to rescue them? Or, what then also happened to the rescue operation to rescue the people who went to rescue other people? I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. The aircraft, we don't know how many people were on board. We don't know how many people, whether they survived. We hope they did. But in your own estimation, what usually happens when that sort of situation happens? Does Nigerian military, do they send out another aircraft again, or what do they do?
Well, if you send one aircraft and then it came under, it crashed, as the case may be, then you have to assess the situation. But like I said, given the prevailing weather, even as we're talking now, it's not a good weather for aviation. But like I said, the military pilot, unlike the civil pilot, sometimes would have to take some risk. Even though the visibility is not good, there's cloud cover, there's rain, which will affect his flying, he has to go. But again, in going, even pilots differ. There are pilots that can operate within even we call 0-0 weather. That means horizontally, vertically, you don't see anything. You can still try. But then it's a level of expertise. Now, if one pilot goes and he encounters a problem, of course, the Air Force now will do a quick risk analysis. Is it worth sending another aircraft, or do we hold? At the same time, you have comrades that are on the ground forces that you want to... But then it's a decision that the commander will make. Now, having said that, with regards to information, as somebody who has handled... the Director of Public Relations of the Air Force, here I talk generally, and I'm talking with being a military man. Bad news like losses, is always bad news. Military all over the world, they are reluctant, to come up with this. But experience has shown that it's not a good tactics.
So what?
Not to speak. There's this saying we do in crisis communication that bad news is not like wine. It doesn't get better with time. Sometimes when you don't quickly come out with it, some theories, because like I said now, when you check now, there are people that are saying that bandits have shot another aircraft. This is not the kind of news that you want to go. But then if you don't explain, some people will do their own interpretation as to what happened. So sometimes it's good to be out with the information as quickly as you can. There's what we call even a holding information. But the holding information should be as complete as possible. This is what happened. This is what we have done. We're continuing investigation.
But usually, in some cases, press releases don't answer all those questions.
This is what I'm saying. It should be as complete as necessary. As complete as necessary. Because holding the information, gives room for speculations, as we are seeing now. I was shocked when I checked my distance and saw, in fact, somebody called me to ask me that, is it true that bandits have shot an aircraft? That's how I got the news of that district. So we should, nobody wants to, bad news. When you have such of answers, it's a painful thing for the service, it's a painful thing, but then also there's another issue. In the military generally, the person who, the wife of that pilot who was on that mission, she knows her husband is going on a mission. The other engineers or that are on the aircraft, cannot be only the pilot, the wife or the relatives, they know that he's going. So sometimes, again, the military holds back to quickly inform the rest of kin, the relatives, because it's not good for a woman just to, it has happened like that before, just opening news, and then you hear that an aircraft, your wife will always know where her husband is going to. So sometimes that causes delay. But apart from the delay, there's always reticence for the military. I do some training on media handling for the security, and always tell them, I use this thing that bad news doesn't get better with time. Out with it, because if you don't come out with it, and in fact, any reasonable person, you will even buy the sympathy. These people, they didn't go on a cruise mission. They didn't go for enjoyment. They went to rescue some people, and this thing happened. So, but holding the information sometimes, I mean, for too long, it's not good enough.
They also need to know, maybe you also need to let them know, the media is not their enemy.
Well,
they need to understand that. So it changes mindset and how they do their jobs.
Exactly.
If they understand that.
Exactly.
So it's deeper than what we've just said, but I know they will understand it. Yeah. But Mr. Chinkafi, there was a time in Katsina State when the governor at the time, I think they cut off telecom services to ensure that they stopped informants of banditry. Did that in any way?
Including Katsina, Zamfara, Sokoto.
So,
they have done
in spite of that, did we get any results from those kind of actions?
Yeah, those actions, there was a lot of result. You know, there are some news which are not in the radar of media houses like this, but it may be on the radar of social media networks. But it yielded a lot of results, most especially in Zamfara State, where I come from. It has cut the supply of logistics to unbandit camps cut across the state. They have their various camps cut across the 40 local government of Zamfara State. So it has cut the supply of logistics, arms and ammunition, payment of ransom, and even that time their movement was slowed down. In some villages, they can move to more than 100 motorcycles carrying 33 passengers on the bike and with the AK-47 with 33 magazines. But when the supply was cut off, especially supply of petroleum, and the arms suppliers from the neighboring countries also was cut off because they cannot communicate with the bandits in their camps. So it has yielded a lot of results. The victims, the relation of the victims who are in captivity cannot go to the armed bandit camp and pay ransoms. And the activities of informant was also cut off. The logistics suppliers, those who supply foods, drinks, drugs, were cut off. And it has yielded a lot of results. There is one armed bandit kingpin, his name is called Halilu. Because he doesn't have the food to feed the victims, and he doesn't have the communication to communicate to the relatives of the bandit, he released 278 victims in his captivity in Sububu forest without one naira paid. So when we went there when they released them, we went to the forest at Tubali forest to pick them. When they were taken to hospital, about 18 of them died. And there are even some foreigners who are also in his captivity, and he has to release them because he doesn't have the money to feed them, no communication. All the supply, including their arms and ammunition, were cut off. So that is why, as I have said earlier, it's an organized criminal enterprise. People selling motorcycles, food, selling arms, ammunition, food, drugs. So a lot of people are using it to get a lot of money out of it. So that when the communication was cut off, they yielded a lot of results, and the security also have done a lot of tremendous operations during that time. Because the security are using, I think, Toraya and this Wi-Fi, walkie-talkie, and they have achieved a lot of meaningful results. Like what is happening now in Zamfara. The good people of Zamfara State, or the northwestern state, most especially in Zamfara, we are calling Mr. President to save our soul. Because from Gusau to Dansadao is a death trap. From Gusau to Sokoto is no going area. From Gusau to Anka also is a death sentence. From Gusau to Shinkafi, the same thing. From Shinkafi to Isa to Sokoto, it's a death sentence. from also Kaura Namoda Junction to Zurimi, Gurubim Ore, Jibia is another dead zone. And also from Zaria to Huntua to Guso up to Safi is another dead zone. So what I'm saying, there is need for the service chiefs, new service chiefs, to change the narratives.
When you say dead zone,
and they need to be equipped because the armed bandits in Zamfara state has more sophisticated weapons than the Nigerian military police put together in Zamfara state, in all of their armories.
When you say dead zone, you mean that bandits have taken over those places? Is that correct? Or you're saying that?
Yes, I have to say it without any apology because our people are in debt. A lot of people, when we did that MD Gusau committee, more than, as at that time, not from 2015 to 2019, more than 3,650 people were killed. More than 6,500 people were kidnapped. More than 400,000 people were displaced or turned to IDPs. Houses, vehicles were destroyed, foodstuffs. So the danger of even this banditry, this year, rainy season, people cannot go to their farms and farm. So close of going to harvest. So there's going to be a serious food shortage and hunger and starvation in Zamfara, northwest region. The bandits are imposing levies to locals. You have 20 million, 20, 40 million, 50 million. And they were working with these sophisticated weapons, rocket launchers, grenade, AK-47, all types of sophisticated weapons. So there's need for the new service chiefs to have a synergy with other sister agencies to fight this criminality in Zamfara also and in Northwest region.
Well, let's go to our colleagues Ayo and Buki.
Thank you, Chamberlain. Well, let me begin with you, Group Captain. Much has been said, no doubt, about the crash of that aircraft. But what is worrisome is it's been quite a few in recent years. Between 2015 and this year, quite a number have been reported. In 2015, for instance, a NAV helicopter was said to have crashed in Ribadu Cantonment, the old NDA in Kaduna State, killing all 7 passengers. I don't know if there is any report on that one. In 2017, NAV also confirmed one of its helicopters, Augusta 109 light utility, crashing while undertaking a liaison mission in the northeast. And it suffered a technical mishap and crashed into a pool of water in Borno State. Luckily, no life was lost in that one. In 2021, February to be precise, 7 NAV personnel on their way from Abuja to Minna, Niger State capital, died when their plane crashed after takeoff from the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. On the one hand is the challenge that, and then this one, on the one hand is the challenge that these things happen, loss of lives, most importantly. I mean, we can always talk about the infrastructure that is lost. On the other hand is that hardly do we ever have, should I say, closure or any significant report that can say, okay, this is what happened, and all of that. So is there any end in sight? Anyone would wonder, do you see a situation where we don't have this kind of reports? And even if those things do happen, we never have to come to the situation where we find ourselves at this moment discussing this, and then it passes, only for us to wait for another one.
Hello, talking to me?
Group Captain, that's for you.
Unfortunately, the issue of air crashes and military operations, there's nobody that can give a guarantee that will not have air crashes. However, there is a a level of number of crashes per number of hours flown that should be acceptable, and there is when you pass that minimum, it should give a cause for concern. Certainly, I will be honest to say that the number of crashes that the Nigerian Air Force have been receiving over the years is becoming an alarming rate. What happens after a crash? The professional thing to do is to find, for every crash, there is one main factor and then there are other contributing factors. What you normally do is to objectively look at why that aircraft crashed. Of course, it could be reasons beyond the pilot, it could be the machine, it could be the weather, anything. And when it has to do with something that, remedial action should be taken, whether it is change in training, whether change in safety features, then that should be included. We should be, and I'm sure the Air Force, it's not. I'm even certain that the Air Force, the Air Force management, they are really concerned about the number of crashes. What we'll always encourage them to do is to honestly investigate these crashes, identify the root causes, and then review. There is no. In fact, just recently, I think last week or a couple of weeks, the United States Air Force also had crashes. There is no Air Force that do not have crash. And the more, the number of operations you're flying, the more likelihood that there will be crash.
Group captain,
when weather is bad, like in this time, there is likelihood
my sincere apologies for butting in. While what you're saying, I mean, it makes, a world of sense to even consider those things. Two things are troubling. Number one is the fact that a host of them are due to technical mishaps. Are those unavoidable? And then the men that, the personnel that are lost, do we even factor in the fact that they have lives, they have destinies, they have families that look up to them? So that's, for me, is what is troubling and what I'm very sure a host of Nigerians will be very, very concerned about, because it's not just easy. I mean, if you lost a car, you can replace it. If you lost a material, you can replace it. But human lives, that's a whole kettle of fish altogether. So losing human lives to what some will call avoidable technical mishap, I mean, is it unavoidable?
Well, like I said, for any air crash, there could be several reasons. It could be some are avoidable, some are not, they are not within the control of the pilot. Yes, certainly, like you said, you could replace an aircraft, but you cannot replace the life of a pilot or an engineer or a technician or a navigator who is on that aircraft. So certainly that should be what should concern us. But at the same time, like I said, the Nigerian Air Force, like any other Air Force in the world, when crashes happen, you try to find the root causes. You try to put remedial measures so that it does not reoccur. So certainly, again, there is no gainsaying the fact that the number of crashes happening, like you read out, which are figures which I have at my fingertips, it calls for concern, and it calls for the Nigerian Air Force to dig in more. And I do not think the Air Force management are oblivious of the fact that the number of crashes are becoming alarming and they need to do something. So, but with the issue of, loss of lives, it is very, very unfortunate, and it is the same. But then, again, whether a military pilot, whether a soldier, whether even a policeman going on operation, unfortunately, is a profession which, I may come back or I may not come back. That is what makes the military or security profession very unique. And I think, with due respect, our families know that. Every wife or husband or brother or mother wants to hear that her husband or her relative is back. But unfortunately, that is the reality of the profession. Sometimes you go, you may not come back. But we should try as much as possible. We should not accept it as a matter of course that this such thing should happen. So that is why every effort should be made, to identify the root causes and to put remedial action so that such things do not happen. And I'm sure, like I said, the Air Force is concerned. I belong to many, communication groups, groups of this. I am out of the military, but I'm within the military. This issue you are raising, I am sure, has been occupying the minds of the Nigerian Air Force.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Shinkafi, what is also troubling about this, which a number of people want to raise, is that, on the one hand is the fact that this has happened. On the other hand is that, there are a number of people will be wondering, hey, the National Assembly would budget money for defense, and a host of equipment will be procured at the same time. So one would be wondering, Mr. Shinkafi, if you think that there should be questions asked, particularly concerning these infrastructure. Hosts have been procured, some others are being procured. Do you think, we're asking the right questions, particularly maybe at the National Assembly level, whether or not we have justified, and we're not just excusing the fact that, okay, this has happened, it's just one of those things that happens? Because the more of this equipment we lose, the less likely we'll be able to deal with the issues such as the ones that you have raised earlier.
A lot of money were budgeted in every fiscal year for security personnel to buy equipment and other gadgets. But it is worrisome the way and the manner the federal government is making huge budgetary provision in buying arms and ammunition and this security equipments, but yet it is not yielding result. In my own opinion, most of this aircraft or most of the weapons are being bought, the way I'm looking at it, maybe are not in modern technology. So there is need for the security to judiciously use the money budgeted for them for their operations, and to buy new technological equipment to fight crime and criminality in Nigeria. Because as we have said, this issue of aircraft crash is something that has to be taken care of by the appropriate security agencies, most especially the manager of the Air Force. So there should be a check and balances in the money budgeted for the procurement of this military equipment.
Let me quickly follow up on that, Mr. Shinkafi. I'd like to find out from you, as former chairman, Committee on Prosecution of Bandits, if you've begun to see what is expected to be seen in the fight against banditry in that regard. I ask because since the declaration of bandits as terrorists by the federal government, was that not supposed to sort of change the rules of engagement between the military, in how the military engaged the bandits, so to speak? Was it not supposed to categorize banditry as a federal offense? Were we not supposed to see onwardly more decisive prosecution of bandits? As a matter of fact, former governor of Kaduna State, Mr. Nasir El-Rufai, had said that the government should go bomb the bandits' base. So since that time that you were former chairman committee on prosecution of bandits, have you seen satisfactorily, how the military was supposed to engage bandits in the fight against their activities?
The military engagement against fight against banditry in Zamfara, also in the northwest region, since the declaration of armed bandit as a terrorist group by the federal government, there was no aggressive military actions against the bandit in their hideout in the northwestern region, because there's shortage of personnel. Anytime you call a military, there is a banditry attack in a particular village, they will tell you until they get order from the above, from the superior officers. So from 1 to 2 hours before the arrival of the military, the bandits have committed their crime and criminality and left. So this is what we are suffering in Zamfara State, also in the northwest region. There is need for training and retraining, and there is need for the military personnel to equip their military with the modern equipment in order to tackle this armed banditry in the armed banditry affected areas. With the declaration, like in Zamfara State, we have faced a lot of challenges, especially during the rainy season. It is very difficult for the fighter jet to fly to other bandit hideout in the forest, especially in the Dansado forest, in Sububo forest, in Gidan Jaja forest. A lot of forests in Zamfara State, we have deep forests. So it is very difficult for the military to tackle the bandit in their hideout. So there is need for military to have some modern equipment where they can fight these terrorists in this banditry affected area.
The number of challenges with the process: inadequate manpower, inadequate equipment, lack of modern equipment, and the like. How can we then reconcile the amounts that the former administration spent on military operations against insurgency and banditry in Nigeria's north with what we have currently in the fight against criminality, i.e. banditry and insurgency in the north?
There is need for forensic audit on the finances budgeted to military, because each and every year you hear the federal government will budget money in trillions, yet it doesn't yield any result. So there is need for check and balances and forensic audit within the military, even in all the security apparatus in Nigeria. Today, when you buy maybe 500 Hilos vehicle in the annual budget, next year you hear also they will buy another 1,000 operational vehicles. Yet, this vehicle, when you want them to go for operation, they will tell you they don't have the motor, no engine, no tire, no this, no that. So there is need for forensic audit on the money appropriated to these security agents. Each and every kobo budgeted must be accounted for, and they must give an account for it before another money were also appropriated in the next fiscal year. So these are some of the challenges: no proper forensic audit on the money appropriated to these security agencies. So that is why you see the war have not ended for more than 10 years or 20 years. These terrorists have been rampage, and they have taken the country to ransom. So each and every zone in Nigeria, this is geopolitical zone, we have some peculiar security challenges. So there is need for, as I have said earlier, for forensic audit, for check and balances within the security agencies.
Let me now come to you, Group Captain Shehu. I'd like you to respond very briefly to what Mr. Abdullahi has said, particularly with regards to your initial explanation about the killings of soldiers in Zamfara State and in Niger State. If I could refer to your words, you said, sometimes there are bad days, for the Nigerian military, and then that's when it becomes news. But shouldn't the military have prepared for every context of the situation, given the number of years that has been committed, not just years now, and resources that has been committed to the fight against banditry and insurgency?
Well, your question is double-edged, but let me respond to the last bit you said about the resources. I am completely in agreement with Mr. Abdullahi. Looking naira for naira, dollar for dollar, The last administration, that is the outgoing administration, I do not think there is any administration that budgeted as much money as that administration did. And when we are talking of budgeting, for those of us that study, defense budgeting, we have to also understand that apart from what we read in the annual budget, there are a lot of extra budgetary releases that are done which are not captured in the budget. So, but the point we are seeing is sometimes it's not the amount of money you budget. I always say this, it is how you use the money. From the National Assembly, if I write from how the budget, I have figures which shows me in one particular year, the military's budget, about 70% is for personnel costs. The other point? 70% is for personnel costs. There was a year that was captured. Apart from that, when you go and examine the budget in itself, you see a lot of construction, you see a lot of renovation. What people are missing is that you are looking at the larger picture that they say it's also billion, but not for the actual things that improve this. I'm being very honest here. If you have an operation going, I think your emphasis should be on issues that increase the operational capacity of the armed forces. It's not the time to be building universities. It's not the time to be building new units. It's not the time to be doing new divisions while you have not even increased the number of recruitment. So here, everybody is to blame. From the National Assembly, because they see this budget, they see what it is tied for, to the executive that do not follow up. The money is being budgeted, there is no doubt. And like I said, I want you to note that. It's not only the budgeted money. There are a lot of extra budgetary releases, sometimes even as much as what was released in the annual budget. But nobody is following the money. The National Assembly must take that. But then oversight of military with due respect. The security sector is a kind of opaque situation. For an average National Assembly member, if really he is patriotic, he has to take extra effort to even digest what this budget means. When they say allowances, you need to know what allowances. You don't go approving things that have nothing to do, ceremonies, building. I'm not saying university, I'm an educated person. It's not useful. But if you ask me, when a military is at war, you cannot come and bring budget for me and be telling
priorities
me
matter.
But you have to prioritize.
Right.
So that is the problem. We don't follow up.
Mr. Shinkafi, while you made your comments, part of your opening comments, you indicated that in the committee that you were in, several people were indicted.
Yes.
You spoke about military personnel, community chiefs. What happened to them?
Well, there was a Judicial Commission of Inquiry, which the governor constituted. And along the line, there's a lot of interest going on. When those people who are indicted, most especially some traditional rulers, about 4 emirs were dethroned from their throne. Namely,
any prosecution?
I think the case is still going on.
What about the military? Were they serving or former military persons?
There are some of the serving militaries who were indicted in that report. Yet, when we write an invitation to the military command, they refuse to release them to come and appear for questioning.
Serving military officers?
Serving. Got me everywhere. I'm part of the committee.
What about ex-military officers?
And on that report, we have never indicted as military officers. Well, we indicted as police personnel. Were indicted. Traditional ruler were indicted.
But nobody was prosecuted?
Up to now, they were not prosecuted because some of them went to court to challenge the report.
So where's the report now?
The report is with the Zamfara state government.
In those areas that you mentioned, okay, go ahead. You want to finish that?
So some of them went to court, and the case still pending in the court. And as I have said, traditional rulers, what do you call them? This butcher, circling power. Many of them were indicted in that report. But people went to court to challenge the report, and there's a lot of politics which was played out. People are playing politics with the report, saying all kinds of things. So the major problem we're having in Zamfara state, which I have not seen, is only God will end this issue of banditry in Zamfara State. Because even the politicians in Zamfara State
are involved.
You
didn't get any one of them?
Yes, are involved because they are playing politics with the security of lives and property of our people, of innocent people in the state.
So would you say,
during the electionary campaigns,
as a wrap up,
politicians were using insecurity as a yardstick to gain popularity.
Would you say that the call of the former Zamfara State Governor, Yerima, was Senator Yerima, would you say that it was misplaced?
It's a misplaced of priority, I'm telling you. Because the former Governor, Bello Motawale, have tried peace dialogue with the bandit. So I have seen no reason why people will be calling for dialogue with the bandit, because these bandits are not sincere. And most of these bandits are not only locals, that is foreigners.
Were there mining activities in all those places? Why foreigners?
There is illegal mining activities. As you know, the root cause of this thing has a lot of segments. As I have said earlier, corruption, unemployment, bad governance, poverty, proliferation of small and lighter weapons.
All right, gentlemen.
So a lot of things has come to play out.
We need to go. We appreciate both of you for coming on. Sani Abdullahi Shikafi, former chairman, Committee on Prosecution of Bandits and the Related Offenses for Zamfara State. We've also had Group Captain Sadiq Shehu, who is a security sector reform and defense expert. Gentlemen, thank you both for coming on today.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
While we began the paper review, I mean, there was a statement that came through from the GM Public Affairs, Gabardine of NNPC, where he did say all of those about rumors of increasing petrol prices. He says, "Dear esteemed customers, we at NNPC Retail value your patronage, and we do not have the intention to increase our PMS pump prices as widely speculated. Please buy the best quality products at the most affordable prices at our NNPC retail stations nationwide." So we hope this will not be calm before the storm. We will be back in a moment. Stay on with us.
Now, let me tell you about Safari Valley Eco Resort, the first of its kind in West Africa. Upon your arrival, you are introduced to your butler, who plans your itinerary.
We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park.
So many activities, all in the same premises. Visit the gym or the stables, they have it all. At my break, I'm heading to practice my putting.
We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife and how to interact with them.
They used only electric vehicles here. This creates a serene environment. I'm told it's over 1,000 acres. My cabin here sits on 2 acres with a large terrace space overlooking my private swimming pool. Now this is royalty. They have their own farms, thousands of fruit trees. I can also have my lunch here at the waterfall. Quite a beautiful place you have here.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Discover Lipton's flavorful and balanced taste. We pick fine quality tea leaves from selected tea gardens around the world to give you Lipton Yellow Label's flavorful and balanced taste in every sip.
At Philomath University, Abuja, we achieved giant strides, impacted lives, strengthened partnerships, and delivered world-class education to our students. As we surge ahead on our mission to transform education in Africa, we are enthusiastic and adrenalized for the future, as we know you are also.
Philomath University. Unlock your dreams.
The Duchess International Hospital caters to every aspect of a family's health needs, a one-stop shop for maternity and child health services, emergency medicine and critical care, medical and surgical subspecialties, dental and eye care, and a range of other subspecialties and services, all available at a single location right here in the heart of Niger. And it really doesn't matter if you're paying out of pocket using your HMO or private insurance. We focus completely on providing that world-class affordable healthcare for all the family at all times.
Flavorful and balanced taste. We pick fine quality tea leaves from selected tea gardens around the world to give you Lipton Yellow Label's flavorful and balanced taste in every sip.
Following up on that conversation, which Islamic clerics also undertook themselves to go to Niger to stave off military intervention between the Niger and ECOWAS nations. Sheikh Abdulrahman Ahmed joins us this morning. He is National Missioner at Saudi Society. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
You know, a number of people would have wondered, this is supposed to be a job for diplomats. And now it's clerics. Do we now have diplomatic clerics?
Something of the sort. Of course, you know, this is a very serious matter. Nigeria in particular can ill afford any war at this point in time. You know, any full-blown military war. We are already fighting so many wars, socioeconomic, political. So we can't add direct military war to that. And of course, as religious leaders, we're closer to the people. We already are inundated. Every day we get calls, people asking for financial assistance, and people who barely can survive. We're not in this kind of conventional war, and this is happening. What will now happen if we get ourselves drafted into a war that may, at the end of the day, be a proxy war? So we felt that beyond the pulpit, we should take up the challenge, and we met the president to ask him for a leave to intervene. Of course, it's like that's the way we felt. You feel you can do it? Okay, let's see.
Well, okay, another issue here, I mean, is, okay, so you went. You'll probably tell us your experience later, but what were the issues at stake that informed the decision of, you know, clerics with you and, you know, other clerics such as yourself to undertake, you know, this trip and this intervention? What were the issues at stake for you?
Okay, Nigeria has perhaps the longest border with Niger Republic. About 7 northern states share border with Niger Republic. These are the same people. They speak the same language, the same culture. They have historical and cultural ties, this dating back to, you know, many hundred years. It is not in the best interest of Nigeria at this point in time to fight Niger, because it is like declaring a war, you know, on ourselves. Number one. Number two, these northern borders are very porous, and it's sometimes very difficult to patrol and monitor. It will be an opportunity to strengthen insurgency, for bandits to have free rein, and continue or intensify their cross-border attacks. Now, number three, you see, the president is just not yet even 100 days in office. And we think that it is not going to be in the best interest of this administration to start off with a war that, may be fought differently. So we felt as patriots, as religious leaders, we felt that we should make this contribution to national cohesion, to stability.
Okay, so what were some of your findings on the trip? It must have been a strange undertaking, so to speak, for Clerics to take on a diplomatic trip. What were some of your findings? How novel was it for you and your team?
No, for some of us, it wasn't novel at all, because we have also engaged in similar shuttle for the Ivory Coast when there was these umpires after their election, and we had two people declaring themselves winner, Laurent Gbagbo and Al-Hassan Ouattara. It was a very terrible situation. Albeit that was different, it was an interfaith delegation because we were together with Christians, particularly Catholic bishops, in Africa, and we met both. So for some of us, it was really not novel. The only difference is that this consists of only Islamic scholars, ulama,
who are going to meet soldiers.
Of course, in Côte d'Ivoire, we had encounter with soldiers too, but they are friendly. We weren't sure. I must confess, we weren't sure what kind of reception we're going to get, considering particularly that there was an earlier delegation that was not well received. This was a very powerful delegation of a former head of state, and we're just very ordinary turban-tying people. But nevertheless, we thought it was a worthy risk.
So how was the experience?
The experience, incidentally, was electrifying. We were pleasantly surprised because we arrived near me to a rousing welcome.
Really?
Very excellent reception. Very, very excellent reception.
By the leaders of the military junta or the people?
By the leaders of, because I'm not in a position to call them junta.
Okay. Part of diplomacy.
by the leadership of the new leadership in Niger and the people. Surprisingly, we arrived to a red carpet welcome. The new prime minister was at the airport to welcome us, and some of the new ministers. We were not expecting anything close to this. And eventually, too, all of the Islamic religious leaders in Niger across that country were at the airport to welcome us. And on our way to the presidential villa, you can see people were excited, were happy to see us. And that was the only time we felt relief.
When you say the new prime minister, are you referring to an official of the new military leadership?
That's why he's new.
That's why it's new. Okay. Before I ask my next question, I'd like you to tell us, what message or what response this military leadership in Niger shared with you in response to your negotiation efforts.
Okay. Primarily, we went to explore alternatives to war, to explore the diplomatic option. That was our mission, and we had the approval of the President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, whom we have met earlier, of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu. So he gave us that permission, that approval, that indication that, well, if we can broker it, they will also be ready. That is, if the Nigerians are ready, well, ECOWAS too will be ready. So with that mandate, we went to Niamey to meet them, and that was what we put on the table. The need to de-escalate, the need to, de-escalate tension and explore the diplomatic option. Of course, they were very receptive to it. First and foremost, even though we didn't ask for it, the first thing the new head of state said was to tender unreserved apology for the way they treated the former head of state of Nigeria, General Absalam Abubakar. We didn't ask him to apologize. We didn't even raise that. He said it was a mistake. And the reason they did it is that they felt shortchanged. They felt that they were not listened to. They felt that they were not given a fair hearing. They were slamming, they cut their electricity, the Islam sanctions on them without having listened to them. He said it was under, the heat of the anger that they reacted the way they reacted, and they asked for forgiveness repeatedly. That surprised us, because that was the opening. And next, he said that his government is ready for negotiation, and there were no conditions, all right? Except that he said they don't feel safe, to travel anywhere, to travel outside Niger, but that they will welcome, ECOWAS to negotiate, to talk with them in Niger. And thirdly, he assured that they were not there to stay, that they just felt that the most patriotic thing for them to do at that point in time, that's their own perspective, is to, seize power, to save their people, their country, and, intriguingly, even the sub-region. Well, we didn't go into that because, we're not there to interview him. Then he said that an indication of the fact that they were not there to stay is that they have appointed a civilian prime minister who is popular in Niger and who is, acceptable to the people of Niger. We asked for a rapid transition to civil rule, and we wanted him to make commitments. But, he said, well, they will, come up with a timetable as soon as they are settled, but that he cannot commit to a time frame as at the time we were, talking with them, because he said he cannot do that unilaterally, and but that it is going to be soon. And he wanted also ECOWAS to lift the sanctions, restore electricity, because that is crippling business, and affecting people's livelihood there. But, most people rely on electricity to eke out, existence. And generally, the atmosphere was cordial. It was relaxed, very much relaxed.
Yeah.
So, and of course, I must tell you that we were happy and we were hopeful.
Now, the apology, regardless, not a few people have lauded your efforts, the efforts of the Tijaniya group, because, another delegation of the U.S. did not get an audience with the new leadership in Niger, but your key, the fifth key, unlocked the door. In the light of what seems to be an escalation, the burning of the Nigerian embassy, reported burning in Niger, and, the ECOWAS standby of military action, do you think that your efforts can, prevail in the long term, can be deployed yet again? This soft power can be deployed yet again in the course of negotiations?
Yeah, thank you very much. First, let me make correction. It was not the Tijaniya group. It was a combination of many Islamic groups, including the Tijaniya, the Qadiriya, the Izala, and so many others. Not one, group. All of the people who have influence were there. So that's number one. Number two, it's also gratifying to note that the president has graciously approved a continuation of these religio-diplomatic efforts.
Good.
So it is not going to be a one-off.
So now we can call you diplomatic clerics. Okay.
Well, I'm not sure of that.
My colleagues in Abuja have questions for you. Go ahead, my friend.
Okay.
Oh, yes, indeed. Just one question. It's good to see you, sir. I'd like to just find out, what do we then make of this news? Because shortly after you left, we did hear that they were ready for talks. And then much later, we also heard that they were going to be prosecuting the former president who is held in hostage for high treason. Did that come to you as double speak, or do you have other expectations of the military leadership, as you prefer to call them?
Well, it came to us as diplomaties. Of course, this is a time when everyone will, be putting bargaining chips on the table. I think, as far as I'm concerned, they want to be negotiating from a position of relative strength, not absolute weakness. And the way I see the people, the way we interacted with them, I believe that they will not and they cannot afford to renege on their promise and their commitment. And of course, this is why the president also has graciously, approved the continuing contacts, if you like it, the diplomatic efforts. And I hope and I pray that we are going to be able to also talk them out of that, even if they mean it very seriously. That's number one. I am not sure, because I've not read any authentic report of the purported burning of the Nigerian embassy in Niamey, because the Nigerian ambassador to Niger was also part of our delegation. He was there with us. In fact, he was waiting for us at the presidential palace. So if Niger was hostile. You know, in diplomacy, the first thing for them to do is to summon the Nigerian ambassador and you know, perhaps ask the embassy to close or to leave. I am not too sure of this. I am not very sure of this.
All right. So could you tell us, because we also did, part of the reports indicated that the military leader also said that they intervened because Nigeria was going to be affected. Did they tell you what they meant by that?
Yes, something like that. But you know, it is not everything that we can discuss because it's an ongoing effort. And some of these things are meant for the president. It is not meant for the public at this point in time. Yes, there was an allusion to that, and there were some elaborations, but I think this is not something that is meant for public consumption at this point in time.
Well, so where do we go from here? So on the one hand, you know, is the diplomaties, as you said, but on the other hand now is the conversation between the Nigerians and ECOWAS. Is there a timeline to when or how that will happen?
I think that has already happened. It is happening. Okay. Because, you know, I understand that the delegation of ECOWAS will be in Niamey, you know, to jumpstart or kickstart talks. I think it's going to be soonest. It is heartening, very gratifying to note that ECOWAS has suspended, you know, further action on the military that were put on standby. And that's indicative of some progress. So we're hopeful that perhaps this week or next week we're going to be reading, you know, more good news.
What did you glean from the Nigerians themselves? You know, in some of the videos that are coming through, we see the downing of French flags and, you know, the upping, you know, so to speak, of Russian flags. How do they feel about the school, really?
Well, this is Nigerian internal affairs. Every country has its own peculiar politics. Nigeria is not, to the best of my knowledge, interested in which colonial power Nigerians support. They have their own national interest defined. We have ours defined. They were they are Francophone country. And if they have a problem with France, that should not be a Nigerian problem. So, I mean, it's not within our mandate to interrogate whether they support Russia or they support or they continue to support France.
Okay, so you don't see all those talk about other world powers showing interest in Niger, anything of significant concern to Nigeria?
It is. Of course, you know, Niger is our next door neighbor. What happens in Niger must interest Nigeria and will, you know, affect Nigeria. Of course, I'm not a diplomat, and I don't speak the language, but I do know that Nigeria also has its own national interest well defined.
Absolutely.
And of course, Nigeria cannot afford a hostile neighbor like, Niger. And Nigeria cannot afford, that a hostile foreign power will be established in Niger. Already, we all know the role that France is playing in supporting the insurgency against Nigeria.
Okay.
So we know that very well.
Well, we can only hope that as you have started the de-escalation, it will be complete and total, and everyone will be happy for it.
We hope and pray so.
Absolutely. Sheikh Abdurrahman Ahmed, National Missioner Ansarudin Society, thank you so much for your time and for all you do.
Thank you.
Okay. Some of your own contribution to the program this morning, AGK, let's begin with yours. He sent in a word that says, we have so many issues that require immediate and dedicated effort to resolve in Nigeria. We do not need this distraction from what's happening in Niger. We should focus rather on preventing a spillover of arms and ammunition and terrorists into our country.
And this one is from you, Festus Akiboyowa. You say the coup in Niger is condemnable, and whether ECOWAS intervenes or not, the coup will have a huge effect on Niger's domestic and foreign policy that will be felt for decades.
This is from Professor Nakena, who says this unilateral re-emergence of coup by military in the Sahel must worry a country like Nigeria that borders Niger in several states in the north with over 1,600 kilometers of borderline. And this erratic intrusion into politics must become a source of worry and angst amongst genuine Democrats in the sub-region. Nigerian government must be very vigilant against these anti-democratic forces re-emerging from the fringes of this new militarization of the region, which is subtly threatening the peaceful coexistence in the Lake Chad Basin and Sahel region. Oh, quite a mouthful. What do you expect from a professor? This one, Pastor Law Alpha Cross, says the federal government palliative measures ought to have been put in place before the eventual removal of subsidy on fuel price. Now, it will be difficult to effectively implement these lofty plans to alleviate the sufferings of the people.
I don't find it difficult because nobody wants to keep suffering.
Nobody wants to. I'm also going to acknowledge.
To find a way.
Yeah, mails that we get through the back channels, those who do not want to be named. We get your mails, we do get your comments as well, but I think it must be stated that regardless of the provocation, and this is in regards to our first comment on the military officers, the soldiers we saw beating up last month officials, that regardless of the provocation, that cannot be the way to solve the problem, whatever the provocation.
Yeah, so there you go. That is the show today. We thank you all, as always, for letting us be part of yours today. We'll see you again tomorrow. I'm Chamberlain, so goodbye.
I'm Alkwelgwe Yusuf. Thank you.
And I'm Bukola Koka. Thank you for watching.
I'm Ayo Makinde. Have a wonderful and productive day.
Top of the morning to you and welcome to our special coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I'm Olumide Macaulay. The headlines. Russian airstrikes hit Lviv with more than 100 residential buildings damaged. Ukraine condemns what it calls provocative Russian actions in Black Sea. Plus, Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu says Russian weapons showing reliability and effectiveness in Ukraine. Thank you for joining us. Russian airstrikes damaged buildings and completely destroyed a kindergarten playground in Ukraine's western city of Lviv with an overnight missile strike. According to city officials, more than 100 residential buildings were damaged, with over 500 windows broken in the attack. Video posted on Lviv by the Lviv mayor Andriy Shadovy's official Telegram channel shows a massive crater, which he said was the kindergarten destroyed by Russian missiles. In the western city of Lushk, which lies around 150 kilometers south of Lviv in Volyn region, 3 people were killed and several hospitalized in the same round of airstrikes. Air raid alerts were issued for entire Ukraine region for about 2 hours, starting at around 2 a.m. Ukraine's Air Force said that its forces had destroyed 16 of at least 28 Russia-launched air raid and sea-based missiles. However, it was not immediately clear how many missiles were launched at Lviv and Volyn region. Ukraine has condemned what it called provocative Russian action and called for decisive countermeasures by the international community, a day after Moscow said one of its warships fired warning shots at a cargo vessel in the Black Sea. It comes as Moscow said its Vasily Bykov patrol ship fired automatic weapons on the Palo-flagged Sukru Oken vessel after the ship's captain failed to respond to a request to halt for an inspection. Russia said it will treat any ships approaching Ukrainian ports as potential military vessels after it left a UN-brokered deal last month that allowed for the safe passage through the Black Sea of Ukrainian grain. Now, Kiev said the incident was a gross violation of international law and exemplified Russia's deliberate policy of endangering the freedom of navigation and safety of commercial shipping in the Black Sea. The incident cast a pall over plans for the humanitarian corridor in the Black Sea to release cargo ships trapped in Ukraine's ports since the outbreak of the war. Meanwhile, Romania's Navy said it deployed a ship and a helicopter to scout for stray mines on the country's Black Sea coast after a pier in the seaside resort of Constanesti was lightly damaged in an explosion. Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, and mines have since then been laid in the Black Sea by the Russians. The sea is crucial for shipments of grain and oil shipments and products shared by Bulgaria, Romania, Georgia, and Turkey, as well as Ukraine and Russia. However, Romania's Navy said its divers were still investigating whether the explosion at the pier, which claimed no victims, was caused by a mine. In the meantime, Ukrainian volunteers have joined with the army to morph a standard an excavator into an efficient demining machine, which they put to the test, saying it'll blow up any and all types of mines. Modern demining vehicles are rare in Ukraine, and the team developed this machine much in the same way as the World War II M4 Sherman tank, which was fitted with flails. Speaking from a testing field near the southern industrial city, engineer Vitali, a 50-year-old who did not give his full name for security reasons, says he was totally confident that the specially mounted excavator, which has an armored shield to contain the blast, will destroy all mines in its path. Instead of flails, this excavator is fitted with chains around the rotating axis, which he believes can hit to the power of 1 ton. Military demining expert Vladimir Ozerian says the team still has to check whether the driver's cabin, equipped with steel plates, will withstand an explosion under the tracks. In another development, Ukraine's 3rd Assault Brigade said it captured further dugouts and trenches near the Russian-occupied town of Bakhmut. Video footage released on the brigade's Telegram channel shows soldiers firing their rifles into dugouts and throwing grenades. Ukraine's defense ministry said it managed to retake nearly 2 square miles during the past week around the ruined eastern city of Bakhmut, where Russian and Ukrainian forces fought the bloodiest battle of the nearly 18-month war. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu says that Russian weapons were showing their effectiveness in Ukraine. In remarks at the opening of the Army 2023 exhibition, Mr. Shoigu said that much hyped Western weaponry had shown itself to be far from perfect in the course of fighting in Ukraine. Russia's President Vladimir Putin did not attend the expo opening ceremony in person. Instead, a pre-recorded video address was shown in which the president talked about the willingness to cooperate with everybody who defends their own national interests.
In real-life scenarios, our weapons show reliability and effectiveness. At the same time, the much-hyped Western weaponry has shown itself to be far from perfect. The Russian weapon-making industry not only quickly adapted to working under fierce sanctions pressure, but also its power grew many times over in some areas.
Meanwhile, a senior Russian defense export official has said Moscow will deliver S-400 anti-aircraft systems to India within the agreed time frame. India is the world's biggest weapons importer and still primarily uses Russian technology for arms. But officials have expressed concern that Russia's war in Ukraine could delay deliveries. Dmitry Shugayev, the head of the Russia Federal Service for Military Technical Cooperation, said the production of the S-400 Triumph anti-aircraft missile system is being carried out according to schedule. The delivery of the equipment of the S-400 Triumph system is expected to be completed within the agreed time frame. India purchased the S-400 Triumph Air Defense System units 2018 for about $5.4 billion. 3 systems have been delivered and 2 more are still awaited. Now let's talk to Ambassador Joseph Ayalogo, Nigeria's former ambassador to Switzerland and United Nations in Geneva. Now let's talk to Ambassador Joseph Ayalogo, Nigeria's former ambassador to Switzerland and United Nations in Geneva. We'll establish contact with the ambassador and we'll pick up our conversation with him on today's program. In the meantime, 22 Russian diplomats. Before we go there, a Ukrainian court has sentenced Mr. Valery Shaitanov, former general major of the country's security service, SBU, and the deputy chief of the Alpha Special Group to 12 years behind bars for providing intel to Russia and preparing an attack on Chechen volunteer fighter Adam Osmayev. Now, according to the Ukrainian General Prosecutor's Office, the high-ranking officer had allegedly collected information and passed it on to Russia. He is said to have recruited contract killers to attack the commander of a Chechen battalion fighting for Ukraine. The intelligence officer was arrested in April 2020, and in addition to a prison term, he was sentenced to confiscation of property. Kiev's troops have been fighting Moscow-controlled separatists in eastern Ukraine since 2014. "22 Russian diplomats flew out of the Moldovan capital, Chisinau, as relations between the two countries deteriorated due to the war in Ukraine. Moldovan officials have said that the reduction of the staff from 80 to 25 will equal Moldova's embassy in Moscow. A source at the airport said that the plane carrying the embassy staff had left for the Russian city of Sochi, where it will continue to Moscow. 23 technical support staff and their families were also asked to leave, along with the diplomats. According to Moldova's foreign ministry, no more than 10 Russian diplomats and 15 support staff can remain in the region from Tuesday. On his first visit to Ukraine since the Russian invasion in 2022, German Finance Minister Christian Lindner, that is, pledged further support to the tune of 22 billion euros, saying the financial planning will continue to include large amounts of money for military upgrade until 2027. He also says he was in favor of supplying Ukraine with Taurus long-range missiles and hoped for a decision soon. Kyiv has been pushing Berlin to supply it with the Taurus, a missile with a range of more than 500 kilometers that is launched by fighter jets such as the Tornado, the F-15, or the F-18. Berlin has held back amidst concern over the long range of the weapon and its potential use against targets inside Russia. Now we're trying to re-establish contact with Ambassador Joseph Ayago, Nigeria's former ambassador to Switzerland and the United Nations in Geneva. Good morning and a warm welcome to the program. Well, we do apologize. We'll try and re-establish contact with him in the course of this broadcast. Now, coming up after the break, ex-general of the security services of Ukraine sentenced to 12 years for treason. Details in a moment. Please stay with us.
Acknowledges it. Science calls it fact. Man's survival depends on nature. Today's reality: war, pandemic, food scarcity, nature's way of fighting back. Join the Earth File team every week on the journey to learn how to right the wrongs. At these times on Channels Television.
From the predictable to the unpredictable, news is fast-paced. On The World Today, we bring you stories from far and wide, narrating the intricacies of politics, diplomacy, war, and disasters. Join us as we make sense of it all, with in-depth coverage and analysis from across the globe. The World Today, every weekday at 5:30 p.m. It's a sign of the times. A reflection of conversations from the streets to the halls.
Interesting collection you have here. Thank you.
That get to the walls. If they could talk, see and hear the limitless creative.
So I think the moral of it is that when you make a vow, you must ensure that you fulfill it.
On Art House.
Millions of people living together in one community, working together in the same trade. We go into their midst, find out how they live and work.
Oh my goodness, food business is not an easy business.
I spent more than 35 years for this community.
We tell these stories and how to survive in this economy. Community Report, we tell your story. In the world of diplomacy and international relations, unsaid conversations are just as important as what is said.
Donald Trump believes that as a president, he has all the powers.
How it's said.
International community will normally frown at any violation of human rights.
To whom it said.
There are people who have left their countries because the system has left them with no other option.
And the reactions.
We are going to face a massive ecological and humanitarian crisis.
In-depth analysis on the what, how, and why on Diplomatic Channel. Weekdays at these times.
It's engaging, fascinating, and insightful. Join us as we connect with the global community of Nigerians around the world. We talk about life in the diaspora, flying the Nigerian flag, their culture, socio-political activities, and survival stories on Channels Television.
Britain is quite a racist country, and where they see asylum seekers on the street and they have a very poor opinion of them.
Diaspora Network, engaging diasporans for development.
Welcome to the sophomore stretch of today's coverage of Russian invasion of Ukraine. Well, they say third time's a charm. We've been trying to speak with Ambassador Joseph Ayalogu, and this time he's with us, Nigeria's former ambassador to Switzerland and the United Nations in Geneva, but joining us from London. A very good morning to you, sir, and thank you for making out the time to be with us.
Yes, good morning, Lumide.
I see you've been busy, Ambassador, on other fora, speaking on the Nigerian crisis and the coup d'etat in Niger, benefiting from your usual wisdom on these issues of international concern.
Yes, I have.
Now, let's begin with, are we seeing a international relations masterclass from China, who no sooner have they departed from the Saudi Arabian peace conference, have the defense minister of China, Li Shangfu, on a 6-day visit to Russia and Belarus, talking about consolidating their relations. In their words, they say that to promote China and Russia comprehensive, strategic, cooperative partnership in the new era. So is China talking out of both sides of the mouth, or just testing the waters to see where she'll jump in?
Well, I'm not surprised. Diplomacy can play all sorts of flanks, depending on their country's interests. But definitely we know that China and Russia have been working on forging closer relationships for over the, well, at least within recent times. They are all members of what we call the BRICS, and so on. So even if China wants to be a broker in the Russia-Ukrainian war, we are not sure whether we would call them an honest broker. But so I'm not surprised. It's all part of the game of maintaining their vested interest. There is definitely an interest for China to forge or maintain its relations with Russia.
Can China be trusted by Ukraine to be an impartial arbiter?
Well, they will try Ukraine will try whatever comes up. They don't have much of a choice. They definitely will not fully trust China, because the only country that they will trust is a country that can influence Russia seriously to pull out from the war or to stop the belligerent policy towards his country, Ukraine. China hasn't been able to do that. China has made some efforts, which we've seen. It's visited the premier has visited Moscow and so on, but it's really a little bit of ambivalence in the sense that while they are talking as friends, China broaches something that it's not very easy for Ukraine, for Russia to say, okay, I give up, I'm not fighting again. We're talking of Putin. He's firm on the path he has chosen to go. So it's really a difficult situation. Ukraine will definitely not hope too much on China, even though they can't complain too much. They would let it. They would hope to that something will come out of it. But from what we see, nothing has come out of it yet.
To corruption in Ukraine, as the war continues, it seems President Volodymyr Zelensky is cleaning house with the recent firing of Ukrainian officials who have been accused of allegedly taking bribes to facilitate draft dodging by Ukrainian nationals who they say they even ferry to the border for financial gain. Ukraine has had a bad rap concerning corruption. Even pre the war, President Zelensky was one of those that said he's going to be firm on corruption. How does this action of his affect his perception internationally and inside the country?
Well, he's doing what he feels he must do. He has to be sure that the team he works with, his office staff, officers, national people, and all that must remain focused. That's invariably what he must do, and he's trying to do that. People watching him from outside would understand that anyway. During a war, there is tendency for all sorts of corruption, all sorts of actions that may be seen to undermine the war efforts. And any leader cannot let that just pass. He would definitely need to take a strong action. That's if he's a leader, a real leader. And we know that Zelensky doesn't want to fail in this effort. That's what is happening, and everybody should understand it from that point.
Leaders of countries seem to be running a anti-corruption campaign as they try to win votes in different countries. President Zelensky did it in the run-up to his victory at the polls. It's happening in other countries in the global south. If we look at Latin America, where there's an election to be held in Guatemala, for instance, both candidates in that particular instance say they're going to be firm on corruption. If you look at El Salvador, where their president, Bukele, has become a rock star, if you like, with his anti-corruption stance, even though he has decided to bypass due process in a bid to crack down on the gangs in Latin America. And we see other presidents in Latin America commending him for this position. Is there a wind of change blowing across the nations of the world that will affect this, that may in some way have an impact on the war in Ukraine, where corruption is seen to be something that will not be tolerated by world leaders?
Well, yeah, of course, the rhetorics about corruption is almost everywhere. The question is, what exactly do the leaders do to deal with corruption? In some places, we see real action. In some places, we just see rhetorics. Well, like I said earlier, Zelensky has to deal with the matter of both commitment to delivery of service, loyalty to the cause, and if corruption undermines this, then part of his war direction will be to deal with it. Whether there's a wind of change, it would be nice to see that there's a wind. It's happening here everywhere. I know that in the core Europe, corruption issues do attract very serious attention and consequence. And when a society is seen to be corrupt, then a lot of things, are not expected to do very well. We have various examples at our local level. So corruption is a hydra-headed monster that must be dealt with for any country that wants to move forward. And we can see Zelensky, he has to fight the war. He deals with corruption, or at least the aspect of corruption that undermines the war effort. And it makes him also more appealing to the West or to the rest of the countries, especially people who support him. Maybe it defines him as different from what happens in Russia, where there is a lot of corruption going on, endemic, and there's not even a commitment to deal with it.
Now, Ambassador, let's go to the battlefield proper in Ukraine. Western, central, and eastern Ukraine has been hit by a barrage of missile attacks. Just yesterday, a family is still in mourning, for which President Zelensky called for national mourning, of a baby that's just weeks old that was killed, aside from other casualties. There seems to be an uptick in the attacks by Russia. What's your impression of the state of the war as it stands?
Well, unfortunately, the war is still on, and there's no letting off. We were expecting to see some moves, and there had been some moves to what do they call it? The pre-winter, for both the combatants to stick their grounds, but before the winter comes in, because winter tends to drag down the war process. So we have both sides. You can see drone attacks a little bit further inside Russian territory now. And of course, Russia is retaliating. Both sides seem to have got very precise weaponry that delivers from a distance. So what we see is just the war continuing. And of course, war means casualties. It doesn't select whether they are children or women or anything, or soldiers. It's very unfortunate. That's the sad side of what we are experiencing, the war that's going on.
What's your opinion of President Volodymyr Zelensky's policy now concerning the Black Sea and how he's handling the Black Sea situation, where now he's accusing Russia of being unfair and contravening international maritime law by the firing on the civilian ship? But he's the same person who says he was going to provide a humanitarian corridor, that is Zelensky, for ships who are trapped at the ports that are close to Ukraine. There are 60 ships at the moment who are trapped there. The vessels are there. The workers on the vessels have been evacuated, but the vessels are there. And he's saying that he will provide, that is Ukraine, a humanitarian corridor. But isn't that the same area where Russia has pulled out, and there's a blockade essentially, and they say they will fire on any ships moving to and fro?
Well, the Black Sea is important because it's the main marine corridor in and out of Ukraine, and which also Russia has access to. Russia has their Black Sea fleet there. they have a control, probably a nuisance control. Zelensky might want to provide the humanitarian corridor and will want to try, which he's trying, but he has a challenge. He can't achieve that very easily without Russia's support or Russia's buy-in or agreement to that, because Russia also has a strategic impact on the Black Sea corridor. So we see the Black Sea situation as just another war front, but this time it's a very important war front because it's a passageway of grains and so on. It's an international corridor, and of course the ships. There's definitely evidence that Ukraine cannot on its own provide that access that would have helped matters for them and for the shipment of goods. So we can see this going on for some time until either one party becomes really dominant or there is a negotiation, just like the one that happened there that was arranged for the last 1 year for grains. But it's not happening now.
Ambassador, because of the United States' strategic importance as an ally of Ukraine and all the aid that is going to Ukraine from the United States, does this have any bearing on the war in Ukraine, where in the United States, if President Joe Biden remains in power or loses the election and a Republican candidate, such as former President Donald Trump, gets in the saddle, will it have any bearing on the war? Because today, another indictment has been sprung on former President Donald Trump. It's open season on former President Donald Trump. Indictments are flying in left, right, and center. And he's saying that it's because they know that he will probably win the election, so they want to get him out of the way. Does this have any bearing next year on this war in Ukraine? Should it continue to that for that duration?
Well, we've had definitely what happens would happen in the U.S. between now and next year, especially with regard to election and change of guards, would have some impact on the war, or at least the support that Ukraine gets with regard to handling the war. We can say that because from what we know that we hear Trump says, he says, well, when he comes to office and he will probably stop the war in 24 hours, stuff like that, evidently indicating that he would put in policy that would change Russia's input of the U.S. in the war. When he was in office, he also did certain things to show that that he seemed to have an understanding or a soft spot for Putin. Well, we know we've been watching what's going there in the U.S. Trump is facing criminal and other very serious charges. By now, ordinarily, he should not be a candidate, but looks like his current travails is warming them. There's a large population section of the U.S. Voters that would want him because of what he's going through. So we'll just cross our fingers and see what happens. If he wins, or if he runs and wins, then we can expect a change. But the important thing probably between now and then, which is still, almost 1 year to go, let's hope that this war would have come to a point that some solution would have been reached. But if it's not, then the dynamics would likely change.
Indeed, the world is watching. 538 days of the Russia-Ukraine war. Thank you for your insight and contribution this morning, Ambassador. Ambassador Joseph Ayalogu, Nigeria's former ambassador to Switzerland and the United Nations in Geneva, who joined us from out of London.
Thank you for having me, please.
Now, after the break, ex-general of the Security Service Ukraine sentenced to 12 years for treason. Details in a moment. Please stay with us.
From the north to the south, east and west, Network Africa brings you news stories from all around the continent. With wide-ranging coverage, insights and analysis of special issues, we dissect Africa in its beauty and peculiarities. Network Africa tells the African story from the African perspective. Network Africa, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Like drops of rain, individuals and groups innovate, birthing ideas that might make the difference in the conversations and action to fight climate change and the negative impact of man's activities. Innovative thinking from Africa and Europe to save our planet, to light up our cities without tearing apart the ozone, making progress safe and sustainable. On Eco Africa, we highlight the efforts to live and grow sustainably at these times on Channels Television.
Welcome back. People in central Moscow are concerned as the Russian ruble exchange rate slid past 100 to the US dollar, but we're mostly hopeful that everything will be fine regardless. Russian President Vladimir Putin's economic advisor rebuked the central bank on Monday as the ruble passed 101 against the dollar for the first time since March 2022, blaming its 30% year-to-date slump on loose monetary policy and revealing growing discord amongst Russia's monetary authorities. The Bank of Russia, which hiked rates by 100 basis points in July to 8.5%, has blamed the ruble's sharp slide this year on Russia's shrinking current account surplus, down 85% year-on-year in January to July. On Monday, the bank said it saw no financial stability risk from the ruble's weakening and gave another hawkish signal that a rate hike is possible soon. Now joining us is Professor Victor Ariole, who joins us from the University of Lagos of the French and Francophone Studies in southwest Nigeria. A warm welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being with us. Now that this war continues in spite of all efforts at mediation, and with the recent barrage on the eastern, central, and western part of Ukraine, what would you say will be hope for the future?
Well, you see, in our own literature studies, we used to qualify what we call matriarchal and patriarchal debate as one side that is very interested in the war, and the other side that is interested in the calming war. And as we see it, what happened in World War II seems to be repeating itself. You see, and gradually it will snowball into Third World War, unless armistice is declared now. You know, when Hitler entered France, and the French people discover it's going to be very tough for them in Second World War, they decided to declare armistice, and ask Russia to stay cool and stay wherever they are for now, so that they won't overrun the whole French or the whole France. And it worked for French people to reduce casualty. And today we are seeing it with Russia, going through Crimea, coming through southeastern side of Ukraine, and gradually entering into water war. And when it comes to water war, especially Black Sea, which is a sea that has international value, and gradually those people who feel that they are concerned about what goes on in Black Sea could intervene. Whether you want NATO to be there or not, NATO will also feel concerned if Russia starts going into Black Sea and disturbing their own fleet from moving around there. So gradually we are snowballing into Third World War unless United Nations wakes up and find a way to ask both of them to say, look, enough is enough. Let's start talking peace. No matter the occupation of territory that Russia has gone already into Ukraine, something has to be done now to say, oh, let's stop it. And that is the declaration of armistice. It's very important now.
When you draw the parallels to the World War II and World War I, it's very interesting because that's exactly the direction that nobody wants this war to go. But how can that be avoided if both sides remain obdurate and decline any form of concession on either side? Now, let's look at the finer points. Ukraine wants to join NATO. Russia doesn't want Ukraine to join NATO because Ukraine is at the border of Russia. They're sharing the same border. Russia doesn't want that kind of drama, as it were, to put it in that parlance, at its border, accusing Ukraine of future hostile acts against against Russia. Russia has gone as far as to say that if Ukraine joins NATO in the future, and this is documented by Russia, saying this, that the Donbass region will be an area for provocation by Ukraine against Russia, so that if Russia and Ukraine butt heads over Donbass and Luhansk and other areas in that particular part of the country, it'll cause NATO to come to Ukraine's aid. That and other insinuations by Russia. What do you think both sides can do? Go on, please.
Well, it's the politics of still finding way to penetrate and get to what they want. You know, whatever. Ukraine is a weaker vessel in this battle, and whatever Ukraine is doing is trying to whip up sentiment. I'm very, very concerned about killings in Ukraine, but you see, Ukraine will keep on whipping up sentiment and see how NATO or the EU will come into their help. And that is very valid because they are weak. And their border to Poland and Europe is very close. I mean, Second World War, when Hitler wanted to get uranium in Czechoslovakia, they quickly went and invaded Czechoslovakia. That's another eastern flank, without wasting time. And then came into Russia and said, look, Russia, let us divide Poland into two. Take one and I take one. And that is what they did. You know, Hitler took one part of Poland and Russia took one part of Poland. And that is it. And somehow they started having some what we call esprit de corps on how to go about the war. So it's just like that. NATO has to do something about intervening one way or the other. For now, they have Turkey. Turkey ought to have been the one deciding whether NATO will bring in some peaceful atmosphere to the situation or not. Here again, we have Turkey that has problem with the EU. It's not a member of the European Union. Can you see the dichotomy within the European circle and the NATO circle? They're supposed to do something, because if Russia succeeds in coming completely, in taking over Ukraine, of course, the next point is Poland. Russia is not forgiving of what happened to it in Second World War, where they wanted Hitler and his cohorts to pay for what they did in Russia, and why they wanted Poland to be part of Russia. They are still working towards that in a very strategic manner, but they are very lucky that at their eastern flank that lead up to China or whatever, the top sea, Arctic Sea, is not so disturbed. That's why Russia has some calmness of mind. And I hope some people should do something to prove to them that they are not completely free like that. And that is where the world has to come in, to tell Russia that it cannot hold the whole world to ransom. Something has to be done, either from NATO perspective or from European Union perspective, to get Russia to be ready for armistice and let's cessation of war, be observed and see what next to do.
For an armistice to come into being, if you bring NATO into it, then NATO is the military force. So we're talking more fighting. So what can NATO do? NATO's hands are tied at the moment because Ukraine is not a member of NATO. So there's so much that they can do. As far as the peace missions go, and as far as the efforts by Brazil, the African countries, China, some European nations, and Saudi Arabia is concerned, which of those proposals do you think will be the most suitable to bring about an agreement?
Certainly, Black Sea is a common ground for both of them because it's a transit or movement, international water. It has some level of international water, some degree. So they have to come in and say, look, we must declare a free war zone on this Black Sea. And then they will gradually bring NATO and the Euro into it. Whatever we have now, we know that Russia is just making effort to see how we can gather some helps and some, if you like, ally, whether in Africa, with BRIC, with whoever, to see that it can really propel a third world war that will be in its favor. Mostly people are talking about the economy and whatever, and Russia has been on and on for long, talking about restarting or resetting the world economy. Russia has been very, very disturbed about, the world economy as it's going and how to reset it. So for now, what they can do, and they are trying to do, is to see how they can have some friends, even in Africa. And mostly, uranium has become an issue of war now, as we have it in Niger Republic. Russia wants to control the uranium also there. And so whenever they have what it takes to keep on building the arsenal, the war instrument, the war machine, they will definitely do and get those people and keep on building them so that they will sustain their war effort. And so it's just categorical statement or categorical move by NATO or EU to tell Russia that enough is enough. As long as they are not doing it, it's mere punishment, and Ukraine will remain for Third World War.
A Third World War, Professor, will essentially become a nuclear war. You are aware that the Russians have already threatened that if anything threatens their existence, their territorial integrity, that they will use nuclear weapons. That's why they moved some of those tactical ones to Belarus to have them on standby, the least of which is bigger than the one that destroyed Hiroshima in World War II. So do you think that, and the Russians themselves have said, and Putin can be a very pragmatic person, that when it comes to a nuclear war, everybody loses. If you listen to him, if you listen to his more hardline supporter, former President Medvedev of Russia, it's the same story they're telling. So is this more saber-rattling as opposed to actually going to do something that will turn the world upside down?
Well, if you know the attitude and the comportment and the behavior of Russia, Russia is a potpourri of nations. That's what people don't know. It's not only those who claim to be authentic Russians within the Russian sphere or Ukrainian sphere, or even Chechnya sphere, or even Kazakhstan sphere, where you have other Russian people spreading everywhere. So it doesn't matter to them what they are planning. As far as I can only make a conjecture, that they are trying to strategize and see how best they can use, whether you call it the uranium that they are gathering, nuclear arsenal that they are gathering to make sure that the effect is not too much on the whole world, but that they will use it. They will use it when they come to a state of being pushed to the wall. They will definitely use it. And mind you, there is one Northern Korea, whatever you have. They have it somewhere in Siberia. They have a population of Northern Koreans somewhere in Siberia. They are also using them for something which the world is not yet looking into. So these are issues, as far as Russia is concerned, they are dastardly. And when you talk of patriarchal mentality, about patriarchal mindset, that is Russia. There is no pity about it. And you see, it is said that the comportment, the psycholinguistic disposition of people, get them into action. What makes Putin to be saying things that make Russians feel comfortable and feel that they are on top of the situation? These are issues that United Nations and other people should be looking into and see how to, break that chain of Putin and the people he's giving information that gives them that right to prove that, yes, everything is in their control and they will take their control. For sure, when you push Russia to the wall, that particular nuclear arsenal you are talking about will definitely come out. There's no doubt about that.
We hope that that day doesn't come, that nuclear weapons will be on the table. Thank you so much, Professor Victor Ariole, French and Francophone Studies, University of Lagos, Southwest Nigeria. Thank you for being with us today. And now we turn our attention to the business side of things as we get down to brass tacks with Ini John Mekwa, Channels Television business correspondent.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ini, they say all the saying about money has to do with the dollar. Another day, another dollar. It's all about the Benjamins. When are we going to say another day, another naira?
Very soon.
When will the naira be that
Very
strong?
soon. Very soon, hopefully, Olumide. I pray for that day too.
Amen. Russia raises interest rates to 12% after the ruble plummets.
Yeah.
Is this a desperation measure?
Well, I guess it's just one of the measures that they've had to employ. And after they did that early today, the ruble has recovered a little bit, 2%. We'll call that a little bit, but I mean, it's much when you see 2%. It was 1 ruble for about $100, but with the interest rate hike, we've seen it go from 1 ruble for about $95. So it's what a lot of countries do. It's one of the reasons why even Nigeria is hiking rates, even though in Nigeria's case, we haven't seen it translate to performance or value in the naira, sadly. But I mean, it's an economics policy, and they've employed and they're seeing the result. But if it will last, that's another thing. But I guess if I may just go ahead of myself, I guess it should, because, when you look at the situation, it's not just about hiking rates. You also have to consider other policies, which is what Russia is doing. For instance, we see their flax seeds, the export of it has increased about 60% when you compare from this time to same time last year, about 60% higher. Of course, we still have the usual suspect, China, bought about 50% of that. But you also have countries like Turkey also contributed to that. Why I brought that up is in Nigeria, I don't know if you heard the news that the acting CBN governor said they're going to change the name. It's not going to be I&E. But, and yesterday he did say they have an intervention. But our problem in Nigeria, if we might learn from this, is that we are not exporting as much as we should. Even the crude oil that we're supposed to, our production is reducing. And this is why the naira keeps falling, keeps losing value, because we keep importing, spending dollar that we are looking for. We are not importing that dollar. If we were able to export commodities or even oil, then we will have more dollar, and then demand and supply will be able to measure up and give us a good price. But as it is, demand far outweighs, and that's why the parallel market and the official market now, that gap is growing,
and without
unfortunately.
Production, there's no export.
There's no export.
And without power, there's no production.
And without security also.
There's no power.
I don't know if you saw the news yesterday, all of those insecurity, even military men are getting hit now. Very sad, very heartbreaking.
Lest we digress, Russia flax seeds export finally
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Okay.
It's up by about 60%. It's one of the things they are doing, and you will also see that parts of the region, they're introducing tourist taxes.
Yes.
You know, it's also a way to bring people into the country, get the economy booming, you know, and give the ruble value. These are the lessons that we need to learn. We have the potential for tourism. We have the potential for agriculture.
Indeed.
We don't have to import. Olumide, you don't have to travel abroad for your vacation.
Preach, preach, preach. Ini John Macro.
Thank you.
Please join Ini John Macro.
And Olumide, I think you got the memo for the dress code for today.
Okay, that was what we're doing here?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Then I got it then. Thanks, Ini. Finally, and on the program, 2 Ukrainians in the southeastern Zaporizhzhia region recycled car engines they buy for donations into frontline evacuation buggies for the military. The 2 friends, Dmitro and Vladimir, spend nearly all of their free time in a garage in an undisclosed location in Zaporizhzhia region where they have produced 5 vehicles from scratch so far, with another 5 in the making, while Vladimir takes care of finding sponsors, donations, and car engines. Dmitro bolts everything together. Their buggies are swift, frontline vehicles that carry light loads of ammunition and, most importantly, can transport wounded soldiers to medical stabilization points on 2 stretchers in its left and right. Volunteers across Ukraine are putting their technical skills to use, building off-road buggies and other ground and air-based vehicles to support the armed forces on a shoestring budget. And that's our coverage of Russian invasion of Ukraine today. Many thanks to you for watching, also to our guests and our producers. I'm Olumide Macaulay. Do join us again tomorrow. Have a good day.
Good morning. It's 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 15th day in the month of August, 2023. You're welcome to Business Morning. This is where you get 55 minutes of current and relevant business conversations. I'm Ini John Rekwa. We're doing this together. We're here for 55 minutes with you. And we start off with what's going on in the grain space globally. Chicago corn and soybean futures slid on Tuesday after weekly reports from the U.S. government showed better than expected conditions for both crops. Wheat fell for a third consecutive session on increasing estimate for Russia's production and exports. The most active soybean contract on the Chicago Board of Trade lost 0.2% to $13.23 for 3/4 of a bushel, and corn fell 0.7% to $4.84 a bushel for half a bushel. Wheat gave up 0.2% to $6.15, and that's for a bushel. Weekly conditions ratings for the U.S. soybean and corn crops improved in the past week, more than analysts expected, and that's according to the United States government data. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA's weekly crop progress report rated 59% of the corn crop as good to excellent, up from 57% a week ago, while other analysts surveyed on average had expected an improvement of 1% point. In the edible oil space, palm oil futures jumped more than 3% to set an end a three-session decline on a weekly ringgit, improving exports and strength in rival edible oils. The benchmark palm oil contracts for October delivery on the Bursa Malaysia Derivatives Exchange was up 115 ringgit that's about 3.11% to 3,809 ringgit, estimated at $823 per metric ton. The market is seeing an upside correction after a few days of lackluster trading that caused a widening of the price spread between bean oil and palm oil. India's palm oil imports in July jumped 59% from the previous month to 1.08 million metric tons, and that's the highest in 7 months, as refiners took advantage of lower prices to increase purchases. Crude oil now prices edge high on Tuesday as China unexpectedly cuts key policy rates for the second time in 3 months to shore up a sputtering economic recovery, although sluggish economic out of Beijing puts a lid on gains. Brent crude futures rose 32 cents to trade at $86.53 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude was up 26 cents to $82.77 a barrel. Prices turned higher after the People's Bank of China lowered the rate on 401 billion yuan, which is about $55.3 billion. Dollars in 1 year medium-term lending facility loans to some financial institutions by 15 basis points to 2.5%. China's industrial outputs and retail sales data on Tuesday captured all of this. And here in Nigeria, perhaps Nigerians can sigh a little bit of relief after the NNPCL retail arm has said that they have no intention to increase their pump price. And they're asking Nigerians to buy quality products at the most affordable prices at their retail stations, which are nationwide. And this statement, of course, follows alleged reports that there will be yet another hike in the price of petrol following the recent fall in the value of Naira. And I'm sure you have seen some filling stations locked up and queues are already forming up. Well, NNPCL, the retail arm, is saying they have no intention of increasing price. And of course, we had Labour yesterday follow up on that and threaten a shutdown if the federal government does not intervene and if there's another hike in the price of petrol. Have you ever attended a Naira conference? We certainly need it now when the Naira seems to be not doing so good. The collapse of Nigeria's multiple official exchange rate into a single rate by the Central Bank of Nigeria might have received applause by many, but stakeholders are with policies and institutional reforms that will stimulate foreign currency inflows and attract foreign direct and portfolio investments. These form the backdrop of conversations at the Naira conference, which was in Lagos. At the event, players in the financial services sector and policy experts offer their thoughts on how these reforms could be consolidated to achieve set objectives.
The second edition of the Naira conference is convened to chart pathways for monetary policy reform and strategize for sustained economic growth.
So government policy is like the
An interactive session with the guest speaker emphasizes the necessity of a balanced approach in the context of understanding the relationship between exchange rate policies and international trade.
We must put trade at the front of the foreign exchange regime going forward.
The conference features a technical panel and interactive sessions of prominent economists and other experts who delve into crucial macroeconomic subjects, setting the stage for deeper discussions on the role and consequences of foreign exchange policy on various stakeholders.
Correcting price itself is a very superficial intervention. It's necessary, but it's not sufficient.
We don't have the right as fintech to trade in forex, and the commercial bank today, they are the major dealer of this transaction. If they can liberalize it, allow those of us who have contacts, we have wallets where those transactions can be terminated into, I think it will help more, and also bring in the Bureau de Change into the scope of distribution to help ease this entire process that we are seeing.
In one of several notable proposals, Mr. Ola Oyetayo, founder and CEO of Veto, advocates the licensing of fintechs and non-bank financial institutions as authorized dealers in the foreign exchange market.
In terms of infrastructure, if we can just have this regulatory policy where there's no concept of authorized dealers and the only authorized dealers are commercial banks, where you could actually have maybe a financial foreign exchange license, and then you need to have certain criteria to be met before you can get that license, and that license then allows you to participate, in buying and selling FX in country. It would go a very long way into creating the enabling sort of payment infrastructure we require.
A resounding call for transparency echoes throughout the conference as participants underscore that transparency from the central bank and government will cultivate market confidence and stimulate investment. The 2023 Naira conference was co-organized by Abites Media and Wole Famurewa with support from a wide range of stakeholders, including the Financial Markets Dealers Association, the Nigeria Export-Import Bank, and several corporate sponsors.
The Naira is certainly in the news, remains in the news for now. And also the regulator obviously follows suit. For the first time since 2015, the Central Bank of Nigeria made its book available for public scrutiny, and that's what we're going to do next. Well, the released consolidated financial statements are for 2016, 2017, 2018, 19, 20, 21, and 22. We have some highlights there, which is what we're going to focus on. Of course, the first is that the CBN declared profit after tax of 103. That's for the group in 2022, and it's about 65. That's for the group, but for the bank in 2022 was about 65 billion. We have someone who is very close and analytical when it comes to the CBN. Kelvin Emmanuel, financial analyst, joins us from our Abuja studio. Hi, Mr. Emmanuel, thank you for your time. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Nigerians are not tired of talking about this statement. You know, unexpectedly, we saw it after 7 years, and some, of course, highlights of it have been catching attention. I know you've gone through it several times. What are some of the high points for you from that financial statement?
Well, I have to tell you first that if you look at that consolidated report, you find that in 2022, the CBN allocated 701 million naira for audit. There was no audit in 2022. In 2021, it allocated 673 million naira for audit. There was no audit in 2021. Sections 51 and 3 of the CBN Act 2007 says that every year, the Central Bank of Nigeria is subject to an external audit, and that audit is supposed to be presented to the Nigerian Senate, sections 51, and sections 53 says that after it's been presented to the Nigerian Senate, that it's supposed to be gazetted to the public. That has not been done in several years, which is a violation of the CBN Act. Okay? Now, if you look at the highlights of the consolidated statement, you will discover that the CBN was lucky to get net assets grow. And net assets grew because it gave out loans to the federal government classified as ways and means in violation of Sections 38, 23.7 trillion. When Emefiele took over from Mr. Sanusi and then Sarah Alade, who was like an interim CEO of the CBN between Sanusi's exit and his emergence, Ways and Means was 869 billion naira. Emefiele grew Ways and Means to 23.7 trillion. Between 2019 and 2022, Emefiele advanced the federal government 15.3 trillion naira. And how did he achieve this? He raised the cash reserve ratio of Nigerian banks from 15%, which was where he met it. He raised it to 32.5%, took the monies from the banks. So between 2014, when TSA was introduced, public sector CRR that was somewhere around 75%. Public sector accounts in banks was collapsed into TSA. So there was no more public sector CRR. CRR, cash reserve ratio, is basically like a tool that the Central Bank of Nigeria uses to mop up liquidity from the system to reduce supply of money and regulate inflation. Emefiele twisted it, took that liquidity from the banking system, gave to the federal government, it caused inflation, and if you look at the report, you see that net assets grew to 2.3 trillion naira. And that was how they were able to survive the fact that they didn't go into insolvency from spending 888 billion naira in all kinds of expenses, like 127 billion naira in administrative expenses, but 365 days work. 127 billion naira for 365 days of work. The Central Bank of Nigeria spent 127 billion naira as expenses for 365 days of work. They spent 15.5 billion naira for repairs and maintenance. They declared 875 billion naira in credit losses to bad loans, because the accounting model that was used to audit the CBN by KPMG and Ernst & Young is IFRS 9. And in IFRS 9, they're obligated to do what they call loan loss provisioning and not to carry the loss to another financial year. So they basically provided for the loss on the balance sheet, and 875 billion naira from bad loans, like, for example, the Anchor Borrowers Program of 1.4 trillion naira that was given, that has a less than 30% collection rates, was declared on the balance sheet.
Yeah,
so,
and
for example, it's important.
Yeah, and remember about that Anchor Borrowers Program, when the assessment was done, I think it was by one of the international institutions, that the rate of repayment, I remember the CBN did come to say that that wasn't true. And now I think it shows in their books.
It shows in the books because the audited statement does not lie. The Central Bank of Nigeria spent 265 billion naira on salaries, wages, allowance, pension benefits for their staffs, right? Also, what is more troubling, if you look at the balance sheet, you see that 1.4 trillion naira was declared as net interest expense. Now, what is net interest expense? That's expenses that they pay for securities and loans that the CBN is carrying on their books, which shows, for example, that the Central Bank of Nigeria had gone ahead to take $7.5 billion from 2 U.S. banks, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, who happen to be external asset managers to the CBN. They took those loans in what they call a repo transaction, carried it over on the books, is accumulating 9.2% of interest per annum, and they pledged Nigeria's foreign reserves, which is what you use for your balance of payments, as a collateral. So, for example, Goldman and JP Morgan, they walk by IFRS 9 in their own external audit too, for example. They decide to call in the loans, and the CBN is not able to pay the interest. They decided to call in the loans. They will have to liquidate Nigeria's balance of payments, a section of it, which has become encumbered, to be able to pay that facility.
So is that where the reserves come in, Calvin?
Net,
is that where the reserve, because a lot of people have been worried. I think right now the number we have for our reserve, about 33 billion, and people are doubting that. Is that where, if this JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, if they were to, really go for it, that will really bring down our reserve? Is there a connection there?
It will bring down our reserves, and it's a threat to national security, because if your balance of payments drop, there is what they call a Guidotti-Greenspan rule, and I've said this a few times in central banking, that says your external debt, which currently stands at $43 billion US, must always be equal to your balance of payments or foreign reserves. It's called the ratio of reserves to external debt ratio for 1 year. Nigeria's external debt nets, considering that you have $6.8 billion in forwards that the central bank is supposed to pay. You have $7.5 billion in loans. Nigeria's foreign reserves currently stands at somewhere around $18 billion. As against the figure that the central bank had claimed 3 weeks ago was $33.6 billion. That is a crisis. That is a cause for concern, a grave cause for concern for every well-meaning Nigerian. And it also contributes to the fact that despite the reforms, despite the devaluation and attempted unification of the Naira, despite the introduction of the non-deliverable forwards that have seen market players and companies convert their matured letters of credit, capital and dividend remittances from A's into forwards that the CBN is owing, total of $6.8 billion, despite the fact that ratings agencies have placed Nigeria, reviewed the outlook from negative to stable, and there's been wide acclamation. The CBN has allowed the Nigerian Treasury bill yields to float to align with convexity in that inflation to interest yield curve. You've not seen inflow of FX into Nigeria from foreign portfolio investors and non-speculative foreign direct investors, because they know the numbers.
So why
will a company, for example, an institutional investor, want to bring $5 billion into Nigeria when he knows that the CBN's balance of payment is $18 billion, and it's owing forwards of $6.8 billion it has not paid, and it's owing 2 US banks $7.5 billion. Why would they want to bring their investment?
So, Calvin, I don't know if you heard the acting governor yesterday. He did promise that there's an intervention coming to the FX space. And, I mean, you and I know that what we really need in that FX space is supply. I don't know if there's another way. I mean, you and the experts there, what are the other ways? What kind of intervention can help us at this time when the Naira is just losing its value?
Well, to be honest with you, there is practically no way. I don't know how the president is going to convince institutional investors, personally convince them and give them guarantees to bring in FX. But I've looked at this problem. Despite the fact that we need wide, short, and medium-term institutional reforms, like a whole overhaul of the CBN Act, and the current chairman of the Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance, and Financial Services used to be the MD of a bank. He's the current chairman, so I expect that he understands banking and central banking very well. Okay? The short-term treaties that the government can focus on is intra-central bank lending. Nigeria can tap its special drawing rights at the IMF. Now that the IMF understands the real position of Nigeria's balance of payments and the real position of the books of the central bank, you can tap the SDR unit and pledge it at what they call the terms of auction facility window at the US Federal Reserve. There's international precedence to back it. The Bank of Japan used it. The Swiss National Bank used it. Even the European Central Bank used it between 2008 and 2012 to create like a 6 to 12 month short-term loan that it will use to shock the markets in Nigeria. The rates are better than the rates that it's getting from JP Morgan and Goldman at 9.2% per annum. The rates on intra-central bank lending at that terms of auction is actually below the federal funds rate, which is somewhere anything from 30% to 30.5% per annum. It can use that window to shock because it needs to first clear the forwards of $6.8 billion that is owing for you to incentivize FPIs and FDIs to bring dollars into Nigeria. And for you to create like remove the psychological barrier that is instigating a lot of people in panic buying to migrate to the US dollar and fuel the speculation that you're seeing in the foreign exchange market and that's created a black market premium of 18%. That is a short-term solution you can use. On the longer term, it needs to improve its fiscals. Its fiscals being, it needs to improve its output on crude oil, exports. It needs to build more NLNG train stations. In the last financial year report that was released by NLNG paid only $1.1 billion. In 2012, NLNG did about $11.5 billion and paid about $2.9 billion in dividends to the NNPC that holds the FG's 49% as a government-owned enterprise. Those are long-term solutions, adding Train 7, Train 8, Train 9, Train 10 to increase Nigeria's annual output of LNG from 22 million metric tons to anywhere around 50 million metric tons. Those are 5-7 years. You can't do anything about it right now. On the issue of increasing crude oil production, it will take some time for Nigeria to get to 2 million barrels or 2.5 million barrels. It also needs to be able to fight with OPEC to increase its quota as it increases output and exports capacity. Because OPEC's forward guidance for the next 2 years says that they are going to continue to cut production and stabilize it to ensure that crude oil prices stays anywhere between $95 and $100 per barrel. Considering that the U.S. government is going to use its strategic petroleum reserve to fight any increase in crude oil prices.
The thing with that is we are not even able to meet up with our quota at this time. So asking for more is even far from it. Before we let you go, Kelvin, let's do this for our viewers. Some of our viewers have said, they reached out to say that they have a problem with their account numbers. So it seems that an account number exists in different banks. The same account number exists in this bank, same number exists in another bank, and that has led to a situation where some individuals will send funds to the wrong bank because it is the same account number. I don't know what you know about this and what rights customers have in retrieving their funds in things like this.
Well, to be honest with you, this is why the banks always encourage that before customers make transfer, they check and confirm the account numbers thoroughly because the process of retrieving monies that are sent to a wrong account are very tedious. The bank does not have the legal authority to retrieve money that was sent to a wrong account without a court order, right? So if what you have under the new banking system is a system where you have just a difference of 1 or 2 or 3 digits under the 10-digit numbering system.
But what about when the number is the same?
It's like a problem of a mismatch or mistake.
No, when the number
from the central bank.
Yeah, the number is the same.
When they designed the new banking system, I don't think it's from there.
When the number is the same, the number in this bank is the same number with the other bank, same number, different banks. Should it be like that?
I doubt there is a situation where there are exactly identical numbers for all 10 digits between a customer in Bank A and a customer in Bank B, because the BVN, bank verification number, that guides the accounts of customers in all banks, creates a unique identification number for that new bank for customers in different banks. So you might have just a difference of maybe 1 or 2 digits, and people make mistakes when they are going to make transfers. The process, however, is this is a situation of prevention is better than cure, because if you don't double-check and cross-check and ensure that it's the right account you're sending the money to, the process of retrieving the monies from the customer who might have spent it without reporting to the bank is very tedious.
All right, Kelvin, but I assure you it's the same number, But it's fine. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Kelvin Emmanuel, financial analyst, for joining us. And of course, that's expose and eye on the financial statement. Very useful. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, now let's take a break. When we come back, it will be commodities time. And today we'll be discussing the consumer goods sector or industry, see what's happening there. Do join us after the break.
They don't get you. Your black people don't get you. I talk am. You see what you cause? Don't see am now. See my mate. 50 times. Yes,
all right. Why you dey loud your voice?
Why not go loud my voice? See my mates. I pay this man money to carry my mates. See.
Me, I don't come at this level. Now, FX I dey take by my mates now through their ComX app. Ghana the new way to trade. See. Make I show you something. ComX dey very easy and straightforward to use. I fit even apply for loan where I go take buy maize where I go use. No bank wahala, no driver palava. I beg open your ear. I beg, make I carry my phone.
Download the ComX app today. The coolest way to trade.
My people.
Oga, I bet this ComX is the explain for that man. You please send down for me the link for WhatsApp.
I came too early. He might think I'm desperate.
Is this dress even fine?
What if he doesn't like me?
He's here. My mistake. Joe? Same Joe.
Same Joe, minor differences. Same Joe, minor differences? Don't even think about judging Joe, because you're probably just like him. Why is the name on your business bank account Ahmed Aminu and not your business name? Same business, different name, right? Stop impersonating your business and get an account in your business name with MoneyPoint.
Whatever it takes to make sure you have a business account opened in your business name, we'll do it as your sure banker.
See trouble. Is this not the same name?
Open a bank account in your business name with MoneyPoint.
34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote fertilizer.
Welcome back to Watching Business Morning here on Channels Television. Talking about financial statements, it's not the CBN only that has shared it. We've seen from a lot of listed companies, and we're going to look a little bit at the consumers goods sector. Some of the companies there, or one of the companies there actually, but I mean, we'll do an overview at that industry. And one thing that we noticed in most of the statements released is the factor, the FX factor, and what it has done to its profits and its operating revenue or operating costs. So we have to discuss this with us, Mr. Ravindra Singhvi. Mr. Ravindra Singhvi is the Chief Executive Officer of Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, joins us virtually from Lagos. Good morning, Mr. Singhvi.
Good morning.
So we've seen a lot of statements from Dangote and some others. Tell us from your perspective the impact of this FX policy. We saw that it changed the face of some of those statements. How is it affecting Dangote? How are you treating it in Dangote?
Yeah, thank you for raising this very important and burning issue. As such, the Dangote sugar has performed very well. Our top line has increased by 9.3% and to 202 billion. And our gross profit has also improved significantly over previous year to 58 billion and about 28.7%. Unfortunately, the Forex has taken out all the sheen from the good performance. We have reported 85 billion as the financial charges and Forex loss during the last 6 months up to 30th June. The main problem is the falling of the Naira, and we had to take the provision in our books accordingly. Because the policy change, unification of the currency has been announced by the government, and because of which we had taken a toll. Earlier we used to get the Naira, the dollar from the CBN from its portal at 465, and now we have to do at the parallel market rate, which has been recently announced by the government. So it has really impacted adversely the performance of the sugar refinery. And we are working towards it. We have to make the provisions in the books month on month to ensure that we reflect the correct financials in our books. So the headwinds are really there, and we have to be very careful in our provisioning norms, to be very prudent, and to ensure that we have the correct reflection of our financial statements.
And in spite of this, you're planning a merger. You're supposed to merge your Dangote rice with NASCON. Is this going to help?
Definitely, it is going to help. You know, the DSR is the #1 player in Nigerian sugar market, and NASCON also controls the salt market in a significant manner, right? Both the companies are delivering already impressive growth trajectory over the last 3 years, right? And individual businesses, this inherent strength of these individual businesses, coupled with mutually exclusive yet complementary nature of the products of the 3 companies, among other factors, is a compelling case for business unification. We see a lot of value in the shareholders' value creation. It will offer expanded product offering with a diversified revenue base, a potential for improved geographical spread and route to market strategies. It has enhanced operational efficiencies. It will create a stronger business case for access to capital, amongst others. Besides, it will improve the supply side of the food. Today, there is a very big gap in the foods we are importing. We are importing rice, we are importing raw sugar, we are importing raw salt also. Now, the Dangote's focus is to have a focus on the backward integration. As you already know that Dangote is pitching very big in the BIPs. We already have one BIP operating at a good level, and a lot of expansions are going in these BIPs. We are coming out with a investment in Nasarawa also, where we are putting up the backward integration project. Similarly, the Dangotes have big plans for in the rice sector. Already our few plants are there, where we are starting our new plants from December 2023. So with this, I mean, creating a very strong food outfit, Dangote will be able to bridge the gap between the import and the self-sufficiency of the federal of the country. So I see the food is a very big, important item, where we'll be able to help mitigating the inflationary trends which we are seeing today. 24% is the inflation, and with the self-sufficiency, with the improvement in the BIP, I'm sure in the medium to long term, it will help the consumers a lot. It will save the foreign exchange, and also it will generate a good revenue stream to the farmers, which are deprived section as of now. We have our plans to improve our outgrowers' reach. We are already doing in our sugar refinery through the outgrowers. We have a plan to improve the business to the outgrowers. Besides our own land, which is very significant in the sugar refinery, we have about 8,000 hectares of land, out of which we have already done the cane development in 15,000 hectares as of now. And our plans are that in next 5 years, we reach to a significant level to improve our contribution to the self-sufficiency of the sugar as well as the rice and other products.
All right, certainly the consumers will be waiting, to see when you can actually help reduce that import and the pressure on Naira when it comes to rice and sugar. And we hope when you finish producing, you don't export and leave the local consumers down. But thank you so much for your time this morning, Mr. Ravindra Singwer, the Chief Executive Officer of Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC.
Thank you.
We'll take a breather now. When we come back, we'll head to the markets.
Lights, camera, action, and
this is a big win for my generation of Africans all over the world.
You don't need no other body.
I want you to listen to me well.
The movies in the beginning was the love of man.
Some amazing talent in Nigeria who were born, raised, they never left, they're there.
Watch entertainment news on Channels Television at these times.
My kids are more than precious to me. Seeing them doing well and happy brings me so much joy. I know it's my responsibility to ensure they're well nourished. So I use Dangote salt in my cooking. It is high quality salt that's refined and iodized to give great taste to my meals and also support my family's health and well-being. And it's got a name that I trust. Dangote salt is refined and iodized to prevent iron deficiency disorders. So give your family meals that taste delicious and support their well-being with Dangote salt. It's time to care about your salt. Choose quality. Choose Dangote salt.
So from commodities space, so markets to the money market, and Will comes in with the details.
Good morning, Nini.
Will, good morning. Profit taking continued.
Yes, we're just going to just bounce off what you were having, the conversation you were having with the Dangote gas. Yeah. It was more like FX issues, the pressures of the FX, taking a toll on the consumer goods sector. We did see Guinness, we did see Cadbury.
All of them, I think, by the time you look at their statement, I was expecting to see it in the CBN statement.
But you see that
I did not say anything.
Didn't say anything. But yesterday they recovered. You saw Dangote, the consumer goods sector, taking up yesterday more than 40.
I think was it Dangote again?
Yeah, I think the Bois cement. No, Dangote. I think
it was sugar. Dangote.
Going
it was
up,
Dangote sugar
going up yesterday. So you did see that they are recovering, and investors are bargaining hunting and taking advantage of low prices to boost those shares in that sector, in that segment. So it's really a good thing for investors.
But we need more more FX anyway.
Yes, we do need more FX. And yesterday, didn't you see that the markets kind of like closed? We had 2 closes yesterday. First of all, we had
then we had the late
trading that brought it to
because when I reported the markets yesterday, it was down 0.18%.
And we had that after hours trade, which brought it further down 0.44%. It is really a massive.
I think some investors were waiting somewhere just to take some profit.
Or is it inflation jitters coming and saying, oh no, I need to take profit before inflation numbers come out, it's due today. So we did see that number coming down further yesterday, 0.44%, settling still at the 65,000 level, but hanging very close, about to lose that level, and still at the 35 trillion naira mark. And we're seeing sentiment pressures in Bois Cement really brought down the market yesterday. So let's look at the sectors. I mean, the activity yesterday, we did see that activity dropping yesterday from what we had on Friday, 259.04 million units traded yesterday, valued at 4.2 billion naira, and all transacted in over 5,800 deals. Let's look at the sectors very quickly. We see banking sector down. The tier 1 banks, the Fugas were all down yesterday. Consumer goods, you see Dangote Sugar propping that counter up, while cement pulled this counter down. Insurance are up. Insurance stocks, I think they're the places to be right now. It's the place to be. Oil and gas also down in yesterday's trading session. But we're bringing in Ambrose Omodion, is a Chief Research Officer, Invest Data Consulting, to give us more insights. Good morning, Ambrose.
Yeah, good morning.
It's good to have you on the program. We're seeing this, bearish starts to the market yesterday, and what's happening is should we continue seeing this, or is it just a fluke and today it's going to close in the green?
Actually, what is happening is that design investors are taking opportunity as markets consolidating at this point, and at the same time, I believe that what traders should be doing right away is that they take advantage of any rebound to take profit. For those that are investors for medium and long term are taking advantage of the pullback to target those fundamental stand stock to position. And don't forget that when market is consolidating like this, it creates opportunity to buy. Until it break out, as we just said, the 65,000 up, I will get around to 66 before I say a new trend is up. But for me, there's no cause for alarm as far as are still on the inflation figure. But if you look at the earnings that came for half year, it gives an insight where investors is looking at this point. Like the program you just had before this one, all the manufacturing sector are really not down because of what they are posting a negative report for half year. But that gives an insight to investors what to do. In any market, whether we are playing fixed income or equity market, there's what we call rotation in your portfolio. Either you call it rebalancing, anything you want to give it. Now that you are an equity investor, we are seeing that there are some industries that are doing well. We do what we call a sector rotation. Move to a sector where there's opportunity. That's why I said what we're seeing in the market is that all eyes are on the 5-year bank to lose their result. Once it comes to the market, it will change the dynamics of the market. And at the same time, like we just said, inflation is expected today. Why tomorrow, if possible, we're likely to see a signing of a portfolio or inauguration of a new minister. If it comes, and investors see the plans of this minister, any industry they want to go or ministry, bring out their plans, that will guide investors on what to do. Generally, the experts think it's a problem to the economy, but in that, there's still opportunity to make money in this market. That means investors will design a model or in a kind of strategy that they target those companies, even with the excess problem, their businesses or their activities will continue to look up so that it will impact their third quarter result as from October that will be hitting the market. That is hard because today is already 15. That means we have gone half of third quarter. Then looking at the remaining few days in the quarter, it's for you to know where will you put your portfolio or put your investment to so that at the end of the day, you maintain an uptrend. For those in the market sector, until CBN and government will to fix that volatility and supply dollar, those are they will still be nursing their wound. But for you as an investor, you don't need to stay in a portfolio or an investment where at the end of the day you won't get what return. Then you move your portfolio out to what to the banking sector was in today. That's why the result I've said earlier from GTP, Zenith Bank, and Access Bank, UBA, and Stampic is very, very important. What is happening in the market? They want to change the psychology of investors, knowing that we're expected to post another FX gain. That will change the psychology of investors. Let's look at that numbers.
Okay. Mr. Ambrose, just very quickly, before I let you go, we did see the Chief Financial Officer of the Nigerian Aviation Handling Company, NACO, acquiring 1 million worth of shares. 1 million shares. Is there something, what's driving this? Is there something we should look out for in that service sector? What's fishing?
Actually, there's something going for service sector in Nigeria. But when you see an CFO or MD or executive director, non-executive, buying into their company, it tells that they have information that will likely impact on their performance. That's why they are taking advantage. But when you see a chairman of a company, non-executive buying, yeah, it's possible they have information, also they have money. But when you see executive that is earning salary from that company, using his own hard-earned money to buy into the company, that means there's something good or something coming at the end of the day. And also, if you compare NACO performance with others in the industry, they are already a leader. We are seeing that NACO performance in the last 3 to 5 years have been consistent, and their dividend growth has also been that direction. For that, investors mean that this company is a good mind for them. And also seeing one of the directors, one of the decision-making body in that company buying, they give you that there's something happening. Look at what is happening also in Sterling Bank. Seeing the MD of Sterling Bank continue to buy, and also the deputy director, he gives investors that there's something happening. That's why I said investors is time for them to realign their portfolio in the service sector, where I believe that we are seeing a lot of potential that at the end of the day, their performance will impact on their price and also impact on their dividend payout.
Thank you so much, Ambrose Omodian, Chief Research Officer, Invest Data Consulting, for sharing that, expose our insights, because it's more like investors need to know where to position in this time where Forex seems to be very scarce. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
So you see now what Ambrose is saying, that we should know where to position, not just stay, fixed in the position
to the ground,
and know where to stay.
Another case around the market is the FBN holding. There's a group of shareholders who want the AGM to hold. There's a group that does not want it. The matter is in court, and it seems the AGM is holding. So we'll see how that plays out and how it affects
investor sentiment. Really.
Exactly. Thank you, Will. See you at 1:30. All right, let's move to the UK now, and a bit of good news, but Juliana always has a way of balancing whatever we see as good news. Juliana, good morning. We see that the UK wages grew at a record rate. Is this a response or benefit of those industrial action we've always been talking about?
Good morning, Innie. I think so, slightly. We have had the data, as you quite rightly said, from the Office for National Statistics this morning, giving us a forensic look at the UK's labour market data. Very important data, of course, because the labour market is incredibly crucial to economic activity in the UK. Now, the headline figure is looking at unemployment, which has jumped up slightly to 4.2% in the month of June from 4%. As I was saying to you yesterday, historically and internationally, this unemployment data is pretty low. So it does go to show that most people in this country are working. But if you scratch beneath the surface and you start having a look at wages, this is possibly of a huge concern to the Bank of England Governor, Andrew Bailey. What this data has shown is that in the month of June, if you are working in the private sector and you're fortunate, you may have seen your wages rise to about 8.2%. Now, this is much higher than economists had forecast at about 7.8%. And this is an issue because if we look at the inflation data we received for that month, it was about 7.9%. So for the first time since we've come out of this pandemic, wages are rising faster than inflation. So as you said, this is good news. Good news in the short term for employers and staff. So that means, of course, at the weekend or at the end of the month, you've got more money in your pocket, which means you can buy more items. The bad thing is, and this is what we've heard from the Bank of England, as well as the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt, is that a significant rise in wages does push up inflation. So unfortunately, after receiving this data this morning, I think economists are predicting that the Bank of England will maintain its hawkish stance on interest rates, currently at 5.25%. When the Monetary Policy Committee meet in Threadneedle Street next month, they're expecting it to be hiked up to about 5.5%.
What a life, Juliana. Just when you are about to, throw your hair and say, yes, I have more money in my pocket, and then the threat of inflation dampens that. But another good news seems to be the grocery price. It's down for a 5th week. And now that you're saying that perhaps with more money, inflation might come up again, it's a threat to this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. We have had some further data from Kantar, which is some sort of intelligence agency that does look at food prices and shopping bills. And they have revealed that, yeah, again, prices in supermarkets are falling, I believe, for the 4 months to the 6th of August. Food price inflation was at about 12.7%. This is one of the sharpest falls that they've seen month on month in a couple of years. So I think on the surface, of course, consumers are relieved that they're going into supermarkets and they're not spending as much as they were on basic items such as milk and olive oil. They've been cited in the Kantar survey as being one of the fastest fallers for groceries. However, it is still expensive. Whatever a family shop is, your weekly family shop this week is certainly going to be much higher than it was this time last year. But it is good news, and it does start to show that some of those, those mullings, those batterings that supermarket bosses received a couple of weeks ago at the Select Committee and from Chancellor Jeremy Hunt, who actually had some sort of mini summit with supermarket bosses to try and get them to bring down the prices. It's working. Prices are coming down. So, yeah, some good news here that you have more money in your back pocket and more money to spend in shopping. But as we said about that interest rate rise, if you are somebody with significant amounts of debt in this country, unfortunately, those monthly payments are going to increase as the Bank of England maintain their hawkish stance.
Yeah, thank you so much, Juliana. We do need some of those interventions back here in Nigeria also, but thank you. Yeah. We'll talk to you at 1:30.
Yes. Talk to you then. Thank you.
All right, let's move to the crypto space now and see what the color is. There you have it. Not good, not looking good at all, with a lot of red there. Bitcoin, the king of crypto, still struggling, really struggling at this 29. I don't know what we're going to do to push it, just push it up, It's down 0.19%. The dominance is back at 48%. Everybody's hit in the crypto, every coin is hit. So, of course, you expect the crypto to the Bitcoin to be the major one. Ethereum is down almost 0.5%, 0.42 at 1,841.28. Let's see the fear index, the fear greed index. There you go. It's still neutral. Seems like a boring market these days. I've been neutral for every day. At 53, it's looking a bit better than yesterday, just 1 or 2 points higher, but it's still within the neutral zone. So we need a push in this market. We need something to spur this market. Let's look at the other prices there. We've seen that. BNB 0.61% down. Cardano is down. XMP has just managed, to stay up 0.05% at about 62 cents there. Let's find out if there's something we can do to bring some life into this crypto market with Success. Chibuike, founder, BC Crypto. Hi, Success. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you, Success. So we've seen the market in the neutral zone for about a week consecutively, and that's so boring. What do you think can bring some life into the crypto space?
Okay, like you said, the market has been stagnant for a while. I haven't reached the benchmark from May last year. That's 30,000. The last time I was here, I spoke about the 30,000 benchmark. So moving forward, I think to move the markets forward, there are some events I'm looking at.
Okay, seems Success has some technical issues there. We can barely hear you. Success, can you hear me? Because I can barely hear you. Okay, I don't think we can do that. Perhaps we'll have to do Success tomorrow. All right, we will have to do Success tomorrow. Success, if you can. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Okay, so we'll have to do Success tomorrow. The network is not friendly at all. I can barely hear what you're saying, so it will not be fair on our viewers. So Success, we'll talk to you tomorrow, God willing. But for now, let's see some more about the price action there. You have the top gainers. not the usual suspects. I think the one that is most common here is the Solana at 2.42%. FXS is up also, but look at the impressive run here, more than 12% in the positive, and how about also more than 16% in the positive. If you had something here, this might be a good time to cash out, but that will only bleed the market even more. Let's see the top losers at this time. There you have it, XDC, INJ, and you know, all of that. Well, looking at the numbers, at least we don't have double digits in the negative. That's a little bit of hope right there. But it's not a very interesting market for now, maybe for someone like me. But I know there are people out there, you know, those crypto investors who are really interested and passionate about it, especially some of our analysts here. They are working to bring life to the crypto market. Perhaps they can do that overnight, and tomorrow we'll have a better market to report. But that's it for the crypto space and business morning for today, Tuesday, the 15th of August. It's another one tomorrow, and we will have another 55 minutes of current and relevant business conversations that will add value to you, to your decision making and all of that. So I'll see you at 10 p.m. for the stock market report. Perhaps the bull will be back today. The bear has had its hold on us for some days. Now, Will Ibong will be here at 1:30 to give you an update from the world of business. From me, go out there, make some money. I'll see you tonight.
Where's your paradise? London? Doha? Singapore? Miami? Zanzibar? This summer, Wakanao has got you covered. Lock down unbeatable travel deals with only 10% down payment and pay small in convenient installments. Book now on wakanao.com. Download the Wakanao app for even cheaper deals. Come on, take a break. Escape to paradise. Wakanao. Let's go.
101.7 Yes FM Ibadan for quality radio programming and brand positioning. Just say yes. Please call 0803 552 9883.
Daddy, the cup is still disturbing me badly.
You are coughing. You are coughing. You people will not kill me with cough in this house. Let me call your mother.
Hello, honey.
Don't honey me anything. You better remain in the village. You forgot that you left children at home. All the children have been coughing. I've given them the drugs I know. Nothing is working. I'm tired. And you know I'm not a doctor. I don't know what
Honey,
to do.
calm down. Why not give them Neofilin cough syrup? Neofilin cough syrup is a cough linctus that puts an end to cough, cold, and catarrh. It's very fast in action. It has been tested and trusted for adults and children.
Okay, let me try. Did you say Neofilin?
Yes, Neofilin cough syrup.
Daddy, good morning. Daddy, I'm no more coughing.
Wow, so fast. Neofilin has done it.
Neofilin cough syrup is manufactured by Mopsin Pharmaceutical Limited, 47 Osolowe, Ajawa Estate, Oshodi, Lagos. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor.
Good morning and a warm welcome to News Track. I'm Melinda Akinlami, and these are the stories and reports we're tracking at this time. We begin in Plateau State, where 2 teachers have been killed by herders who were said to have attacked Beko Comprehensive Secondary School at Kiwi in Riyom local government area. The vice principal of the school, Mr. Dalop Ibrahim, is said to have survived the attack but left with gunshot wound. Narrating the incident to Channels Television, the principal, Mr. Dandoro Giang, explained that while the staff were holding a meeting within the premises, some herders invaded the school with their cattle and started shooting. He said that in the ensuing pandemonium, one of the teachers died on the spot, while the other died in hospital. Following the attack, the Birom Youth Group has asked the government to ban open grazing in the state.
This is another tragic incident that was meted out on the natives of Kwi, particularly in Birom Educational and Cultural Organization School that is sited in Kwi, that is Beko Comprehensive Secondary School, where Fulani went and grazed right into the school while the staff meeting was ongoing. And so when the staff came out, to ask them as to why they were grazing into the school premises, they opened fire on the staff, and 3 people were injured instantly. They were injured as a result of that, and then 2 died. 1 died instantly, 1 died in the hospital at Haipang, and then the only survivor, that is the vice principal, has been brought here to Plateau Hospital, where we're pleading for an emergency medical intervention, but of course we learned that they cannot take him because the place is already filled up, and then we will have to be referred to Jute. So presently, I want to say I will rush him to Jos University Teaching Hospital for emergency attention.
Amid speculation of looming increase in the price of petrol, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says it has no plans to hike the pump price. There has been widespread concern that there was an impending increase in the pump price of petrol following the high price of crude oil in the international market and the continued weakening of the naira against the dollar. In a short message posted on microblogging site X, the company says, "Dear esteemed customers, we at NMPCL Retail value your patronage, and we do not have the intention to increase our PMS pump prices as widely speculated. On Sunday, some oil marketers had indicated that the cost of petrol would rise to between 680 to 720 naira per litre in the coming weeks should the dollar continue to trade between 910 to 950 naira at the parallel market." Meanwhile, the national president of the Natural Gas and Oil Suppliers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Benneth Okorie, is appealing to the federal government to fix the nation's refineries to address the rising prices of petrol. Mr. Okorie also calls for the government's intervention over the increase in foreign exchange, which he says is responsible for the hike in the product. He was speaking at a news conference in Abuja.
There's a need that Nigeria deploy what they call serious. Let me use this example. We have engineers, good engineers, qualified engineers. Get them together. Let them go to this refinery. For how many years now we'll be talking about the refinery. Let them go there and check. Is woman being that built these refineries? And we have these people in Nigerians. They're all Nigerians. We have them. They can go there and fix it. There's nothing wrong. Show them the problem. Even though we know it's old, they can fix it. I believe Nigerians engineers can fix it. We have machines in Nigeria that can assist them to get local listing and fix that place. Instead of all depending on foreigners. Every time, billions of naira spent, billions for how many years now on one refinery. Look at what it's doing to us today. Yes, we removed subsidy before that refinery. This is the problem we're facing today because of that refinery is not there. If it's there, at least it will assist us. Somebody who is trading with 100 million naira, you're buying 1 million liter of AGO or PMS in a month to sell. Now, with 100 million naira, you can only buy 150 or 120, and you do the same expenses when you are buying it, when you are spending 100 million naira, the same expenses.
Staying with oil sector matters, the leadership of the Nigeria Labour Congress is sending out what seems to be a warning, saying it will embark on a nationwide indefinite strike should the federal government allow another hike in the price of petrol amidst the ongoing negotiation with government. NLC President Mr. Joe Ajaero gave the indication in Abuja during a meeting of the African Alliance of Trade Union Executives. The meeting, which had in attendance labor executives from Ghana, Kenya, Senegal and South Africa, also cautioned the ECOWAS leadership against the plans to deploy the military to Niger Republic to restore democratic order in the country.
Solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
The Nigerian Labour Congress NLC is hosting this meeting with executives of trade union congresses from Kenya, Ghana, Senegal and South Africa in Abuja to strengthen the alliance on the push for workers' welfare across the continent.
To ensure that African nations are free.
In his welcome remarks, the host highlights the various challenges confronting workers in Nigeria, including an ever-rising inflation that has eroded the value of the minimum wage in Nigeria. The NLC president also warns against further increase in the price of petrol.
As we are here now, they are contemplating increasing the pump price of petroleum products. And the Minister of Labour for some time now will only go to Minister of Justice to come up with a so-called injunction to hold the hands of labor, not to respond. But let me say this. Nigerian workers will not give any notice if we have not addressed the consequences of the last two increases and we wake up from our sleep to hear that they have tampered with it again, prices.
Meanwhile, the president of the Congress of South African Trade Unions is advocating the need for a stronger alliance among trade unions in the continent to fight for improved workers' welfare.
The issues of unemployment, inadequate wages, lack of social protection, and gender inequalities, these are battles we collectively wage in various contexts. So the African Trade Union Alliance, as we sit here today, we serve as a powerful vehicle for collective action, for fostering a spirit of unity that transcends borders.
Away from the issues of workers' welfare, the labor leaders also speak on the political situation in the Republic of Niger, advising ECOWAS and African Union leaders to jettison the thoughts of military intervention.
We are also keeping a close watch on the developments in Niger and are very unhappy with the kind of intimations that have been coming from our leaders within ECOWAS about military intervention. So we urge our African political leaders to be wise, both at ECOWAS level and at EU level, to know that dialogue is a way to go.
Labour leaders attending this meeting are hoping that the ongoing alliance among trade unions on the continent will, in the long run, form a strong force that will push for workers-friendly policies on the continent.
Thank you, sir.
To legal matters now, the Court of Appeal sitting in Benin City, the Edo State capital, has affirmed Mr. Julius Abure as the national chairman of the Labour Party. In the case of Mr. Lucky Shuaibu versus Julius Abure and 5 others, in a unanimous judgment, the 3 justices hearing the case dismissed the appeal of the appellant. Mr. Lucky Shuaibu, who claimed to be a member of the Labour Party and Ward 3 executive in Esa Northeast local government area of Edo State, had suspended Mr. Abure as the chairman of the party. In the lead judgment, Justice Theresa Abadua affirmed the decision of the High Court of Edo State and held that one man cannot suspend the national chairman of the Labour Party in line with Article 13 and 17 of the Constitution of the party, especially when the appellant has been described by the party as unknown. The court nullified the earlier suspension and all actions taken against Mr. Abure and the party arising from the purported suspension. Staying with the judiciary, this time in Abia State, where the National Assembly Election Petition Tribunal, sitting in Umuahia, the state capital, has reserved judgment in the petition filed by the Labour Party candidate in the House of Representatives election for Bendel Federal Constituency, Mr. Frank Chinasa, who is challenging the victory of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Kalu. The Labour Party is seeking the disqualification of Honorable Kalu on the grounds that he's not qualified to contest the elections because he has contradictions and inconsistencies in his names, which appear on separate documents and certificates.
It's the final day for lawyers to address the judges at the National Assembly Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Umuahia, the Abia State capital. It is the case between the Labour Party candidate for Bende Federal Constituency in Abia State in the last National Assembly election, Frank Chinasa, and the current Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu. The parties are here for the adoption of the final written addresses before the final judgment by the tribunal. According to the counsel to the Labour Party candidate Frank Chinasa, his client has approached the tribunal to disqualify Benjamin Kalu and nullify his election on the basis that he is not qualified to contest the election, as there are irreconcilable contradictions, disparities, and inconsistencies in the names which appear on all of Benjamin Kalu's documents and certificates presented for the election, and that it is fraudulent for one person to allegedly bear several names with various affidavits and documents of change of names that he uses interchangeably to suit his changing environment. Counsel to Frank Chinasa, Yunus Usman, references previous judgments backing his claim for the disqualification of Benjamin Kalu. He cites the unanimous decision of the Supreme Court in the case of PDP versus Degi Ereminyo.
The certificates the man was claiming had 9 certificates with 9 different names. And we say nobody can claim that those certificates belong to him. It is that he should be disqualified on the fact that none of the 9 certificates can be said to belong to him.
The counsel to the Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, Barrister Kelvin Nwofu, is asking the tribunal to dismiss the petitions by the petitioner for lack of merit and on the grounds that his client did all that is needed to be done according to the law regarding the change of name.
The petitioners are raising issues that are not concerned in that judgment. For example, in that case, PDP against the G, they said that the Supreme Court said that in view of that judgment that Benjamin Kalu is not qualified because he did not properly change his name. But the Supreme Court, in that same case, the Supreme Court said that you can change your name properly by virtue of a deed poll and official gazette and publishing same in official gazette of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that was what he did.
However, after parties adopted their final written addresses, the chairman of the 3-man panel, Justice Samson Gang, announced that judgment is reserved until a later date to be communicated to the parties.
Away from the courts, the National Assembly, where the Registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, Professor Isiaq Oloyede, has been defending the decision of the Commission to employ 300 staff without advertising the positions. Professor Oloyede says the decision was to fill vacancies created due to retirement.
In 2018, we sought all the permissions requested and we followed the due process in recruiting 150 persons as replacement of those who have left. And also in 2021, we also replaced 300 who had left and these are also contained in the paper before you. If we were to advertise for the 300, we wouldn't even be able to meet what we needed them for. I call your attention to the letter we wrote to the agencies. That was the period that we had about 12, 13 centers coming on board, and we needed to man them. So what we did was to say, look, we needed maybe 10, 15 in each of those centers. And specifically those who will manage the centers for us. We felt that even if we were to advertise, that would be 6 weeks. By the time we finish the 6 weeks of advertisement, the exam itself will have gone. It's time-bound.
We're taking a moment now. When News Track returns, the NCDC is appealing for more funding for primary healthcare centers. We'll give you details of that and other stories. Join us again.
Just Nigeria cares about the things you care about.
I'm young, I'm a Muslim, I'm Hausa.
With many more perspectives.
I'm a health systems consultant,
project manager,
IT expert.
Whether visiting tech startups, education hubs,
or on the ground.
Get informed opinions, trusted analysis.
Cash is an anti-cashless policy.
And most importantly, get to the gist of the news that matters most to you.
Just Nigeria from the BBC and Channels Television every Wednesday at 9 p.m. and online too.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com. Click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. To Health at Matters now, the Director General of the National Center for Disease Control, Dr. Ifedayo Adetifa, is advocating more funding of primary healthcare centers to fast-track universal health coverage. Mr. Adetifa notes that over the past years, the country has faced both progress and challenges in public health, and response to various disease outbreaks has showcased the fortitude of the center's healthcare professionals. He was speaking at the opening of the second Nigeria Joint External Evaluation Meeting in Abuja.
Our joint efforts have brought us to this critical moment where we can analyze or indeed assess our nation's health security capabilities and forge a path forward towards enhanced resilience and preparedness. Over the past years, Nigeria has faced progress and, of course, experienced challenges in public health. Our response to various disease outbreaks has showcased the fortitude of our healthcare professionals, the strength of our partnerships, and the indomitable spirit of our people. However, we also recognize that there is no room for complacency. The world around us continues to evolve, and with it, the landscape of health threats is becoming increasingly complex. Today's evaluation is a testament to our unwavering commitment to ensuring that our health security systems are agile, robust, and responsive. It is an opportunity for us to collectively examine our progress, identify gaps, and collaboratively design strategies that will steer us towards a safer and healthier future.
Staying with the health sector, the Kano State government has completed the revamping of its 30-year-old pediatric hospital, which was allegedly sold by the previous administration. The Hasiya Bayero Pediatric Hospital has been renovated, officially reopened, and recommissioned. Our correspondent Sadiq Ilyasu has more.
Traditional leaders, government officials, and citizens congregate on the grounds of the Hasiya Bayero Pediatric Hospital as they celebrate a happy moment following years of closure. Now fully operational, the hospital boasts of state-of-the-art equipment, and dedicated healthcare personnel are already attending to patients' needs. The Hasiya Bayero Pediatric Hospital was established 30 years ago in the hearts of Kano. However, the Kano State government is now recommissioning the hospital. The hospital's recommissioning marks a joyous occasion for the second time.
Alhamdulillah,
The Emir of Kano conveys his heartfelt appreciation as the hospital is reopened to serve the community.
There is no doubt the people that benefited from this hospital are aware of the difficulties they faced, and now that it is reopened, they know how beneficial it is to the community.
It is a hospital that is very important to the people of Kano State and very dear to His Excellency the Executive Governor.
The Governor of Kano State affirms his administration's continued commitment to prioritize healthcare delivery.
Unfortunately, despite several appeals by the community, the hospital was sold by the previous administration to a crony, and a lot of equipment were stolen. This caused unnecessary hardship to the good people of Kano State, which forced them to access pediatric healthcare services elsewhere that is costly or unavailable.
The successful reclamation, renovation, and reopening of the Hasia Bayero Pediatric Hospital in Kano State symbolizes a significant development for healthcare delivery and community well-being. Sadiq Ilyasu, Channels Television News.
It's not the best of times for medical practitioners in Cross River State following a series of kidnapping targeting members of the Nigerian Medical Association in the state. The latest is the abduction of Dr. Ekanem Ephraim, who has been in captivity for about a month now after being forcefully taken away from her hospital facility. As a result, the NMA has threatened to embark on strike if she is not released by her abductors. During a visit to Calabar, the NMA National President, Dr. Uche Ojima, gave a one-week deadline to the government to ensure the safe return of their colleagues.
Cross River State has become a recurring decimal in the equation of kidnapping in this country, and specifically targeting their doctors. What is so special about somebody that works to help you to live longer being picked up and sometimes psychologically destroyed or even lose their lives? Why this type of gratitude from people of Cross River State? Because there is no way a kidnap will be sustained in an environment and indigenes do not know what is going on. It is not possible for people from outside to be coming in here to perpetrate this crime consistently in different places around, and nobody sees them and nobody gives information. It is not proper. So the Nigerian Medical Association have decided to come in at the national level today to make one thing clear. We will not accept anything but the return of Professor Philip Ephraim. And we have had some interaction with the government since I came in, and we have made it clear that if at the end of next week we do not get results, we will take tougher stance, because we have watched Cross River State for some years now continue to maltreat medical doctors in this state.
To other stories now. Despite the commendation that greeted the collapse of the nation's multiple official exchange rate into a single rate by the central bank, stakeholders await policies and institutional reforms that will stimulate foreign currency inflows and attract foreign direct as well as portfolio investments. These form the crux of conversations at the Naira conference in Lagos. At the event, players in the financial services sector and policy experts offered their thoughts on how these reforms could be consolidated to achieve set objectives.
The second edition of the Naira conference is conveyed to chart pathways for monetary policy reform and strategize for sustained economic growth.
So government policy is like
An interactive session with the guest speaker emphasizes the necessity of a balanced approach in the context of understanding the relationship between exchange rate policies and international trade.
We must put trade at the front of the foreign exchange regime going forward.
The conference features a technical panel and interactive sessions of prominent economists and other experts who delve into crucial macroeconomic subjects, setting the stage for deeper discussions on the role and consequences of foreign exchange policy on various stakeholders.
Correcting price itself is a very superficial intervention. It's necessary, but it's not sufficient.
We don't have the right as fintech to trade in forex, and the commercial bank today, they are the major dealer of this transaction. If they can liberalize it, allow those of us who have contacts, we have wallets where those transactions can be terminated into, I think it will help more, and also bring in the Bureau de Change into the scope of distribution to help ease this entire process that we are seeing.
In one of several notable proposals, Mr. Ola Oyetayo, founder and CEO of Veto, advocates the licensing of fintechs and non-bank financial institutions as authorized dealers in the foreign exchange market.
In terms of infrastructure, if we can just have this regulatory policy where there's no concept of authorized dealers and the only authorized dealers are commercial banks, where you could actually have maybe a financial foreign exchange license, and then you need to have certain criteria to be met before you can get that license, and that license then allows you to participate, in buying and selling FX in country. It would go a very long way into creating the enabling sort of payment infrastructure we require.
A resounding call for transparency echoes throughout the conference as participants underscore that transparency from the central bank and government will cultivate market confidence and stimulate investment. The 2023 Naira Conference was co-organized by Arbiters Media and Wole Famurewa with support from a wide range of stakeholders, including the Financial Markets Dealers Association, the Nigeria Export-Import Bank, and several corporate sponsors.
On the international scene, the United Nations spokesperson believes that the attempt by Niger's junta to bring charges of high treason against democratically elected President Mohamed Bazoum is really worrying.
They are going to put
very worrying declaration. We remain extremely concerned about the state of being, the health and safety of the president and his family. And again, we call for his immediate and unconditional release. And his reinstatement as head of state, of course. Well, on the political end, as you know, our special envoy, our special representative for West Africa, Mr. Shimao, was in Abuja. He continues to work very closely with ECOWAS and the AU. It's very important that the UN, the regional organizations, sub-regional organizations present a united front, which we would hope will move to the reversal of the situation.
A follow-up. As News Track, thank you so much for watching. I'm Melinda Akinlami.
Welcome to Winning Ways Express with Pastor Femi Fasheru, the resident pastor of KICC, Maryland, Lagos. Winning Ways Express is a program that brings messages of hope to the hopeless and the living word to the dying world, touching lives with a timeless truth. Through his ministry of the word, Pastor Femi will enrich your life, challenge and motivate you as he proclaims the good news of Jesus Christ. Winning Ways Express with Pastor Femi Fasheru. Dynamic messages that will change your life.
Hi, welcome to today's Winning Ways Express broadcast. Romans chapter 1 verse 16 says the gospel of Christ is the power of God unto salvation. I am convinced that today's broadcast is going to bring you healing, deliverance, salvation, and prosperity. Please sit back, watch, and be blessed.
Lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth. He said he will not confound my food. He will not stop my Lord. For the Lord is my keeper, the Lord is my shelter. Upon my right hand, upon my right hand, for the sun, I keep my day and the moon by night. He's not beside my soul. Even forevermore.
This morning, I want to speak on a simple subject: when God moves. When God moves. When God moves. I pick up my text from Luke chapter 1, verses 26 to 35. It says, now in the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent by God to a city of Galilee named Nazareth, to a virgin betrothed to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David. The virgin's name was Mary. And having come in, the angel said to her, rejoice, highly favored one, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you amongst women. But when she saw him, she was troubled at his saying, and considered what manner of greeting this was. Verse 30. Then the angel said to her, do not be afraid, Mary, for you have found favor with God. And behold, You will conceive in your womb and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Jesus. He will be great and will be called the Son of the Highest. The Lord God will give him the throne of his father David, and he will reign over the house of Jacob forever, and of his kingdom there will be no end. Then Mary said to the angel, how can this be, since I do not know a man? And the angel answered and said to her, the Holy Spirit will come upon you, and the power of the highest will overshadow you. Therefore, also that Holy One who is to be born will be called the Son of God. When God moves, the Bible tells us in Psalm 68, let God arise, and his enemies will be scattered. When God moves, we see the hand of God on our situations and our circumstances. Psalm 34 verse 19. Psalm 34 verse 19 says to us that many may be the affliction of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all. Sometimes when we are submerged in the challenges of the world that we live in, we wonder if that is the way things are going to end. When someone has a mysterious medical challenge where even the doctors can't even put their finger on the root cause of the symptoms that is being seen in a man, we tend to look back and wonder